Welcome to College Football Monday National Championship Special. I'm your host, Pete B. I've got all four dudes here. We are ready to go for this thing. Sam, I know you're excited about this.
I am thrilled. I feel like it has been the longest season ever. And maybe it's because I think Virginia Tech fans have lived 3 lifetimes this season. And now we're finally getting to the national title part. And I have a different setup tonight, and I need to figure out to look at the webcam on top of the computer.
Yeah, we can see your face, see those eyes. Hey, Bill, how you doing tonight, man? It was good to hang out with you guys this past weekend.
We did it, Joe. The national title. We've made it. Felt like I was back in college this weekend, hanging out with you guys. Sharky's Tot. When can you do Sharky's Tots and Cellar in the span of 3 hours? I mean, we really crushed it this past weekend. I don't know if we want to get into it now, but what a tremendous time
it was. It was a really good time. I got some comments here in the chat. I'm putting them in. Pat, how are you doing tonight, man? It's good to see you again.
EP. Both of us survived the Sunday snowstorm, up 81, it appears. Settled back in New York now. Spent the night in New Jersey last night. Amidst quite a impressive, I feel like I didn't even know it was going to snow that much, but Winter Wonderland rolling into a holiday. It was great. I'm excited for it.
It was a fun weekend. I want to get just a couple of thoughts on what went down in Blacksburg. But Sam, first, kick us off with a cheers, man. Let's set this thing off right.
Fellas, last cheers of the season, the regular season, the postseason. Here's to what I think is the healthiest the sport has ever been on the field. Like, I don't think college football on the field has ever been better than what it is in 2025, 2026. A lot of crap happening off the field, but on the field, man, you can't beat it. Who would have thought? Cheers. Indiana, Miami, man. Cheers.
Dude, unbelievable. What a way to put it. I agree with that. I actually completely agree. Miami and Indiana playing for a championship.
A lot of great playoff games. Yeah, it's been a heck of a run, and Indiana has a chance to finish their story tonight of these last 2 seasons, which is probably the best story in college football. If we're all being 100% honest with ourselves, it is really crazy to have the losingest program in the sport now playing for a national title just 2 years into a coach's tenure. As for what happened in Blacksburg, we saw a win in Castle the other day, guys. That was really fun. I hadn't been to a basketball game in a very long time. We all sat like right in the same area. I'm not really sure even how that worked, but it was awesome. And we had Willie T taking our picture. It was a good time. How did you enjoy yourself, Pat?
The basketball weekend, gotta say, Pete, I'm sure you were thrilled to experience and enjoy Blacksburg like that without having to fight the lines and the crowds and the mayhem. Basketball weekend, you kind of just get a little bit more of a chill environment, chill vibe. And we've been doing this the last few years, and it's been a ton of fun every single time we go back for an ACC game. And you could really play all the hits. You can get your Euro at Souvlaki or Cellar. You know, you can go to Tots and only pay $2 instead of 10 or 15 or 20 for a cover, and you can really touch them all. It's
and
fantastic weekend.
I thought the concourse and like the things they had to do, it was like a really good family environment for that basketball game. And you're in and out. It's like 2 hours. I know BRM's a huge fan of that. Just like it's not an all day thing. Dude, it was a noon game. There wasn't even time to tailgate or anything really.
Well, I mean, look, and I'm not trying to take anything away from – we all love the football weekends. But it's nice to take in some Virginia Tech athletics without feeling like, okay, I'm here for one of 4 weekends this year. I have 15 different pods of people that I want to go see, and you can't really feel like you accomplished everything. It's like, no, I'm gonna mosey in. I'm gonna get my coffee in the morning. I'm gonna go into the game about 20 or 30 minutes before it gets started and walk out with a win. I mean, don't tell anybody. Don't tell people about the basketball trips. Like it's one of the best kept secrets. Don't tell anybody.
That's funny, man. Well, yeah, we had a great time. Got, like you said, did all the hits, saw the bars. There isn't so many to go to downtown, which is nice about Blacksburg. You can kind of hit all your favorite spots inside of a weekend. But we had fun. Ed me and Mike will recap the basketball game, the last week of basketball, tomorrow night on Hokie Hoops. As for tonight, I'm going to bring on our first guest, which is Dan from Tales of the Terror Dome. We're going to chat here for a little bit with a fivesome, and we got some news and notes to go over, guys. First of all, Dan, how you doing?
Great, man. How you doing?
Well, wait, did you amputate your ankle yet and ship it to Denver? What are you doing? How are you handling?
Unfortunately, I don't think my ankles will help Bo Nix.
Dan is the resident Broncos fan, if you haven't picked up on that. And yeah, they're up against it, but home game, Stidham, we'll see what they can do.
Stiddy City, baby.
Stiddy City. Oh my goodness.
Stid the kid, do it for 10.
We've got some predictions coming in on the screen, and we will update you on the game and what's happening as we kind of move through here. But like, Dez has picked Miami, Nick Saban has picked Miami, Marcus has picked Miami. Are you guys seeing this?
Yeah. Is this a troll? Are they picking against the spread?
Is this against the spread? It's got to be against the spread.
They never pick against the spread, though.
But yeah,
I'm locked out of Hulu. Don't ask me what's going on in the game. I'm trying to get in.
Dude, don't worry. The game's not going to start for another hour and a half.
We got a solid 20 minutes until this thing kicks off, Pat.
Okay. This can't be against the spread. I'm watching on mute Pat McAfee do the Hoosiers right now.
Let me hit you with
Hokies.
First news and note. The spring game date has been set. We haven't had a chance to talk about this on the pod. April 18th. We don't have a time yet, but they've done it at 3:00 the last couple years. Dan, will you be there?
Duh. Yeah, I wouldn't miss it.
Chicken Hill.
If I've made all the other ones, like there's no way I'm missing this one.
It should be a party, correct?
Yeah, it's like the most stress-free football weekend you're ever going to get in Blacksburg.
I mean, dude, we do play. I mean, I don't know. We do play VMI week 1.
Well, normally it's the most stress-free weekend you'll have in Blacksburg.
BRM was always a big fan of the spring game weekend.
I'm a big fan of the friendship around the spring game weekend. We could watch the players go around on a merry-go-round for all I care. I just like hugging my friends.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. Do you envision the spring jam coming back this year, boys?
Do I, Dan, envisionary the spring jam coming back this year? I certainly do. I mean, there's got to be some serious. The hype has never been higher. I mean, Pat and I, we've had some conversations. We've had some conversations. We got to figure out what we're gonna do. But yeah, we're definitely trying to do something and multiple events around multiple games this year. So tighten up.
Yeah, Billy's trying to go to every game. I think you're trying to skip weddings. You're trying to get at everyone.
Dude, I'm trying to go to every road game. I also want to say, Sam, real quick on our outfits. Mm-hmm. Are you going for the Carson Beck look? Like, are you dressing Carson Beck?
Maybe I'm like splitching it. I actually, before we logged in, I was in a red Rowback hoodie. Use code 2VT for 20% off your first purchase on rowback.com. Crave activity. And I looked like I had been sunburnt to death on this camera with the bright red hoodie. So we went company man here, the 2 Deep 10 season. Shout out to Pete, 10 seasons, longest running Hokie podcast. But yeah, with the chain out, it does give Carson Beck. So maybe it is a little Miami here. I need the what is it, like a Cuban chain?
Yeah, the Cuban link.
I mean, one of those. Hermes. This was like $10 on Amazon, so it's not that. But
real quick, I'm wearing the Celtics gear, not to troll you, Pete, but I'm actually by way of French Lick, Indiana, and Larry Bird. I am rooting for Indiana. So this is like the closest Indiana piece of apparel that I own.
I gotcha. I went with the VT maroon, which is as close as crimson as I'm going to do tonight. But I had to rock the VT gear, as 2 Deep is the longest running Hokies podcast. I appreciate the plug there, Sam. Yeah, Dan, you're coming to us from Virginia. I think Pat and Sam are in New York. Billy, you're in Charlotte, and I am in South Jersey. We're coming to you from all over the map, and we've got people watching from all over the map. We appreciate everyone in the chat. Please like the video. Please subscribe to the channel. We've gained a lot of subscribers this year, and it's been awesome. But as for this,
let us know where you're from. Throw your towns in the chat.
Yeah. Rep just set. Damn it.
Yeah. And I do see we have our next guest in the green room. I see he's there. So I'm going to add him to the screen in just a couple minutes. A couple more news and notes before we do that. Portal. We lost Cameron Morgan in the portal. the defensive end from Baylor was committed, one of the best commits in the portal class. There was an admissions issue, apparently. He is not going to be a part of Tech as of right now. That's what we've heard. But we did add a couple other guys in wide receiver Tyzier Denmark, edge Curtis Jones Jr., and offensive tackle Justin Terry from Ohio State by way of West Virginia, I think. Any of those, Sam, kind of tantalize? What's going on there?
You needed Terry, right? We needed offensive line. I think that's the one that you were still looking at. Hey, Tech needs to add one more high quality piece here on the offensive line. They did. Again, though, with Terry, 4 years of eligibility left. I mean, it's this entire class. I believe there's only one player still that only has 1 year of eligibility. Everybody else has 2+. Most have 3 or more. So I don't think another program in the country has a transfer portal class like that.
Real quick, I don't know if you guys had seen this. This is like some breaking news. Jeff Hafley has been hired by the Miami Dolphins.
I heard
that man continuously fails upward.
It's unbelievable. He wasn't even a good head coach at Boston College, and now he's the head coach of an NFL team. That is wild. I did hear that they
funny about.
Go ahead, Pat.
I was going to say, what's funny about Boston College head coaches is that no matter who they are, Billy Ray Mitchell just loves everything about them.
Dude, Steve Adazio was how can you not love Steve Adazio?
Bill O'Brien. I mean, what a nice, awesome guy.
You guys are twins. Guy. You both have that. You both have that Catholic Irish indent.
On the butt chin?
On your chin. Yeah,
dude. There's someone on X who's always hating on me for that.
It's okay, dude. You have a prominent chin, man. It's all good.
I mean, he would lose in the first round of Guess Who, but that was always one of my first questions in Guess Who. Does he have a butt chin? Back to the portal. We got a few of those guys in, and yes, I agree with Sam. Getting an offensive tackle, keep bringing them. Keep bringing the offensive lineman. We'll talk to an offensive lineman shortly. Get some insight on that. We did get a few reaffirmations that they're coming back to the program. Takai Heath, JoJo Krim, and Brody Adams, the guy me and Billy talked about last week. He announced he is officially coming back to the team. Extremely talented. Dan, I know you have a relationship with someone in that family, a close friend of yours. How are you feeling about getting Brody Adams back?
Dude, I mean, you take all the talent you can get, and we haven't seen really, due to either offensive line issues or injury or quarterback inconsistencies, we haven't seen the potential from this wide receiver room yet. So getting them back is great. And you add Queso, get him at Elrod's, you know what I'm saying? Get him at Elrod's NIL. High production from Duke.
Quayshawn Brown. Wait, how do you say his name? Did you say Queso? That's pretty good, actually.
Queso Brown, dog. That's hot. I mean, Grunk's got a chip on his shoulder from being told to kick rocks at Penn State, and now he's got some queso too. So we're about to party in Blacksburg.
Dude, you are crushing the
well
Franklin
done.
Era.
Well done. I want to get everyone's thoughts on the game, but we're going to go 6 wide with our guest, and then I'm going to ask BRM and Pat to hop off, and they'll come back in the second quarter. All right. So let me bring in our first former player guest. Can you see? Oh, he's on the move. I think I heard a baby cry.
It's a hell of a living room you got
there. He is.
I got babies running around everywhere.
Yeah, I figure. I knew you're a family man. Sergio Render has graced us with his presence. Thank you for coming on the show, Sergio.
Man, I'm glad to be here. I've been waiting on it forever.
I've been seeing your musical escapades, which have been quite entertaining. The music videos that you've been putting out, I've enjoyed them a lot.
Let me tell you, AI is amazing. All this is awesome. My voice, but with a bunch of edits.
So if you don't mind, and people probably know who you are if they're diehard Tech fans, but you were a Virginia Tech offensive line guard from 2006 to 2009. You started an amazing 51 games at the position, made a couple of all ACC teams, won a couple of ACC titles. What a career you had at Virginia Tech. we are, like I said, very grateful to have you here. You're also a bit of an outdoorsman. That's something that always comes up when anyone talks about Sergio Render. They're like, "Oh, this guy's a hunter. He's a fisher." True or false? Was you picking Virginia Tech over Florida State because of the hunting in the New River Valley?
So yes, I'm gonna tell you a story. So it's two reasons. So I'm gonna tell you. So I went down to Florida State after I committed, shook Bobby by the hand, said, "Look, I will be assembling." So they still made me come to a camp, right? So imagine doing mat drills 9 in the morning and it's 98 degrees outside, right? So I said, I need to rethink this. I said, let me hop on this plane. My first time on a plane. Let's go to Virginia Tech. Literally, I got to Beamer House. First of all, I'm gonna tell you a funny story. I knocked on this door and Shane Beamer, he opened the door. And at that time, he was recruiting me to Mississippi State.
Oh.
But anyway, I got to Beamer House and there were 7 deer. It's like they had them staged. There were 7 deer on the side of his house. And I literally said, I'm coming. I will be a Hokie. And the rest is history.
Oh, man. Too enticing to leave. Well, you know what? That's a great way to intro Sergio and what he's all about. Let's get some game predictions, and then we'll say bye to the Suns, and they'll come back in the next quarter. Let's start with our guest. Sergio, what do you think about the Indiana-Miami game? Who do you think is going to bring it home tonight?
So this is hard. In my heart, I want to go with Miami because they're in the ACC, but I absolutely hate Miami. But I think I'm going to give the edge to Indiana because they are good at every single level, and they don't make a lot of mistakes. I do think Miami is more physical, but I'm going with Indiana, the underdogs. I'm going to say they're the underdogs anyway.
Dan, what you got, man?
So I put this one of my favorite Jordan collabs on today, and I realized it was Miami colors, but I got to say, when you host the national championship in your own building and you get out-attended by like 20%, there's probably like 60% Indiana people in that building right now, and I have been an Indiana doubter all year. I didn't believe it. I was like, man, it's going to stop at some point. They're not that good. You can only fool me so much. I'm going with Indiana, dog. All right. The Hoosiers. They're
won't get fooled again.
Exactly. George Bush, baby. George W. He told us.
Sam, what do you got, man?
Give me Indiana. Give me Indiana 34-27.
Okay. All right. So that means that's not a cover.
I'm hedging my bets a little bit. I got the over. I think we're going to have a weird score at some point in this game. Like a team gets a touchdown but goes for 2 and doesn't get it. Like a kick return touchdown, a pick 6. Like I think there's going to be some weird scoring in this game. Indiana loves creating those moments, and I think Miami going to have to be pretty aggressive with the trick plays and on special teams to stay in this game.
Understood. Pat, what do you got?
I'm really excited for this football game for a number of reasons. I have a future on Miami that I placed in October, and it has a $500 payout. But also, my girlfriend's parents and brother are all at the game. Aiden Rafferty, he played for Indiana. He played for Coach Tom Allen. His OC was Kalen DeBoer. His quarterback was Michael Penix Jr. while he was at Indiana. So, lot on the line here. I think Miami covers, but Indiana wins the football game. So hopefully Miami goes up early, and I do a little bit of a hedge with Indiana plus the points. But I'm taking Indiana outright.
I got you. Bill, how about you, man?
Indiana looks like a team that operates the way that one of those senior-laden March Madness teams operate, where it looks like everybody has played together for an incredibly long time. They don't lose on any of their own doing. And the other team either mistakes itself to death or Indiana just overwhelms them. And I have a very difficult time thinking that this doesn't end in Indiana W and an Indiana cover. I am on Indiana to cover and Indiana and the over in this game. However, Pat, I will, for your sake, I hope Indiana jumps out to like if Miami jumps out to like a 7 or 10 point lead, you got to just take the money and run, baby. So and then I'll be doubling down on Indiana. So yeah, that's where I'm at. It's still kind of crazy that we're in year 3 or 4 of no SEC in the championship game.
3. Yeah, I think
third consecutive title game, no SEC.
Pretty wild.
Nature is healing.
And the year that they put Saban in over Florida State, who was undefeated, like the SEC shouldn't even made the playoff that year. Like they barely got Alabama in, and I swear they knew that Saban was retiring, so they put him in there. But that's beside the point. I'm taking Miami to cover, Indiana to win. When the first 2 games happened, especially after the Oregon game, I was just Indiana's going to cover. Doesn't matter what the number is, like just take them. And then you kind of like realize that Alabama team really wasn't up to snuff. Oregon was dealing with a ton of injuries, and the new running back literally caused a fumble like in the first quarter. I feel like Indiana has overmatched their opponents so much that it's kind of skewed our way of thinking. And Miami beat Ohio State, a team that lost Indiana by 3 in the Big Ten title game. They beat Ohio State by 10 points. So I think Miami can keep it close, but I don't think they're going to win. I think Indiana will finish the job. And I'm going with the Hoosiers 28-24, something like that. I think Sig will just no field goals, just keep trying to score touchdowns. And we're going to get a 28-24. But that's going to do it for the predictions. Let me say goodbye to you 2 boys, if you don't mind. And we're going to get some more questions to Sergio, and we'll see you in the second quarter. All right. All right, fellas. Like I already introduced Sergio, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, all that kind of good stuff. Is it true that you're a semi-pro fisherman, Sergio? Is that right? Like, do you actually compete at that level?
I fished a lot of the Bass Opens, professional tournaments, and Toyota Series. I took a step back, obviously, once I had my kids, and I don't even have a boat anymore. So now I'm starting to. I may get back into it a little bit this year, but yes, it's. That's something that I absolutely love doing.
Is it that first or hunting first?
That's a tough one. Because it's nothing like a November day when the bucks are rutting and one come by chasing a doe grunt and carrying on. It's hard. So I'm going to go with hunting over that. So,
Sam, you had a question in here about that.
Yeah. So I think it was really cool that, you loved being outdoors so much, especially as a college kid. And not many places better than Virginia Tech to do that. Yeah. How did you balance, okay, I want to be outdoors all day, and, oh, I'm still a student athlete and I have lifts and I have practice and I have class, I have all this stuff. Like, how did you time balance all that stuff?
You want to know the truth?
You didn't?
Yes.
I'm going to be honest with you. So I'll tell you, my senior year, I did it on purpose. I put a couple classes during practice time, right? And so Bruce Garnes, he used to come and check class all the time. So he'll come in and check class, and then I would dip out and go hunting.
Like 5 minutes in, you're out of there?
Yeah, I was gone. But I had my weekends for the most part. A lot of times, I remember, I think it was 2009. I think we played Boston College a noon game that year. Well, right after that game, I didn't shower. I didn't do anything. I went directly to the woods, killed a doe, and then made it a night.
Now, is not showering after the game beneficial to the hunting, or would that potentially hinder you as a hunter?
It actually would hinder, but one of the places that I hunt, I was in this big box stand, so my smell wouldn't really affect the hunt much. So it worked out good.
I had a question for you. You're talking about life balancing, and we do that on this show, but it's usually with alcohol. We drink a lot of beer on this show. It's one of our shticks. We review beers. Are you a beer drinker? What do you prefer when it comes to that?
Well, nowadays, I drink a lot of water, and I do like my girly drinks at Starbucks. Okay. And I have a beer here and there, but I don't drink really at all anymore, because I was like, I partied a lot when I was in college, and now that I'm older, it's rough getting up after time went on.
And like you said, you have some little ones at home.
I
Doesn't make a
I
fun
have 3
Saturday.
daughters now, so yeah.
I did want to talk a little bit of offensive line with you because you are an expert in that field.
Yeah.
You're doing O-line training, correct? I think Dan had you on his show not too long ago, and he was talking about your company In the Trenches, which great name if you're going to talk about an offensive line training name. Is this primarily with high school kids?
So I was doing it. Obviously, again, I stepped back once I had my daughters, but yes, it was primarily high school kids. I did have a few guys, and I cannot think of his name. I did have a couple of college kids I was training too, but it was strictly offensive linemen, just like, Carter Stadler was one of the bigger guys, and unfortunately he's leaving to go into another school, which I understand. But there's not a lot of people that can train offensive linemen the way that I do. But I'm honest with them. I'm not, if I got a kid and his parent tell him that he's going to play college football, I'm honest with him. I'm saying, your son don't have a chance to play college football, but I can get him ready to play high school football. So, and that goes a long way, because you got a lot of people out here selling their kids a dream, and they know in the back of their mind their kids would never play in college. But I feel like they set them up for failure, because once high school over, they're like, okay, I'm gonna go play college, but no one wants them because of their skill set, which, and like I said, I just loved it, and I'm able to play again through some of the kids that I trained.
That's probably the fun part of it. I think something else you said, and it might have had something to do with the name too. In the trenches can be a euphemism for like going through a struggle, right?
Yeah.
And that was a big piece, I feel like, of what you were trying to teach these kids too.
Yeah. And, in the trenches, like you're in the trenches through life struggles. You're in the trenches in school through ups and downs. And, and also with that logo, I have Philippians 4:13. You can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. And that's just something that I try to live my life by. And, I had a rough upbringing, and a lot of people don't know that. So that's all I had was prayer and, trying to get better. And, I've been in the trenches as a kid, as an adult, obviously when I played football. So that's just something to live by. We're all in the trenches in some fashion in life. So.
Yeah, no, it's a good message, and that's good work as well. If one of you guys, pardon me, if one of you guys has your TV on, can you just mute it for me? I want to make sure we get some good audio. It might be.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We can still hear you just fine. I just want to make sure it's clean. You know how it is. Yeah. We just got 7 commits out of high school on the offensive line for James Franklin. Another handful coming in the portal. For offensive line recruits trying to put down a foundation and a program, what do you think is like the most important thing they can do early on in their career to give them the best chance at success?
Obviously, they have to figure out how they have to have a mean streak. But you want to get in the weight room. You want to work on your feet. Make sure that you can come in and play at a high level from start. And the biggest thing is being in the weight room. Because no matter where you come, every high school program doesn't have a great strengthening program. Luckily for me, we had we were state runner-ups. We won state in high school for weightlifting. So what helped me, I wasn't the most athletic, but I was the most physical, and I was one of the strongest right out of high school. Offensive lineman coming in at that time, benching over 400-something pounds, squatting over 500-something pounds. That was kind of unheard of coming right out of high school. So hats off to it's a guy named Coach Rock back in my high school. He had me ready. He had every player that played D1 on my team. We was physically stronger than a lot of the guys that we went up with in college. And I'm going to say one thing. I got a buddy named Ernest Mitchell. He played for Arkansas, and he benched 485 coming out of high school.
485
out of high school?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Now, when you playing
putting 485 on the bench is a workout itself.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot of
you're
plates.
bending that bar. That is wild. I know. Darren Evans could always bench press a lot. Could you bench press more than him?
Darren Evans?
Yeah, the running
I
back.
mean, I did 480 my freshman year.
Did you really? Oh my god.
Yeah. The second semester. So yeah.
I just knew that he had set the record for his position. I know it's not offensive line, but like he would have beat a lot of guys. I think he could do like 415. So 480 is
we got a lot of very, very strong smaller guys. I remember Eddie Royal weighing like 160, 170 pounds, and he benched like 405.
damn.
Like, that's freakish.
That's like Olympic level
Yeah.
lifting for your weight class.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Dan, what do you bench?
Dude, it was always one of my weakest. I'd squat and deadlift out of the building, but bench was always moderate. Power clean, my clean was terrible, but I didn't have good technique, and I hated that lift, so I never worked on it.
That's actually leads me to a perfect question. We know that Sergio was a beast in the weight room. Do you have an idea on the most beneficial lift for offensive linemen for like functional strength in the game? What would be like the number one lift they should be doing?
Well, I would say power clean first because it teaches you how to be explosive coming out of your stance, and then squats. I actually hated squats, but if you're power cleaning and squatting, then you have a chance. And then I would go with bench press, push press, and all those other things, but definitely power clean first, squat second.
I got you. You said you might be taking a step back from the coaching. Was there any aspirations for coaching at the college level, or even like doing a regular high school like coaching job rather than one-on-one training?
Well, I did help. I coached with Pearson Prelude at Radford. I coached the offensive line there from I think it was like 2018 all the way through the COVID year. But honestly, man, look, I like to hunt and fish so much. I was like, they couldn't pay me enough to go coach.
It's a lot of time.
And now, if Virginia Tech was to call or something like that, it's a totally different ballgame. I would, I'd take my chance on that. But I don't want to. I'd rather be with my family and fish and hunt than I would to coach. And that's why I started in the trenches, because I could do that in the summertime when I'm not doing a lot of fishing, and obviously hunt season isn't in. So
you get a little bit
follow your passions.
Yeah.
So having 3 kids, how do you carve out in the fall? Like, what's the dad schedule like? Hey, if you do this, this, and this, then you get this much. You can go out. Like, you have like a honey-do list you got to knock out before you hit the woods, or how does that work?
The honey-do list is never ending. But I'm blessed to be a business owner now. So, if I want to hunt 2 to 3 times a week, I can, as long as we got coverage and my wife is okay with that, So I'm blessed that I can, if I want to go hunt 5 days a week, as long as my wife don't mind watching the kids, then that's what I do, so I don't really, and it just got like that. So don't think I've been doing this for years, but it just got to the point where I can actually, spend time out in the woods when I need to.
How old are they now? And have you introduced them to venison and deer jerky?
Oh, most definitely. They're doing that right out the womb.
I do love some deer jerky and some deer bologna. I'm a fan.
Well, I have 2 18-month-old twin girls, and then I have a 3.5-year-old girl. No boys.
Oh my gosh.
So,
yeah, you are in the trenches.
Yeah.
That's where you're at right now. Oh my gosh. Well, most guys have to convince their wife, like, oh, let me go play golf on Saturday or Sunday. Like, I want to get out there. For you, at least, like, hey, I'm going to go hunt. You can bring something home that cuts into the food bill potentially. Like that's something good, I guess.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have a freezer full of deer meat, trout, you name it. I mean, I just love deer meat. It's good. It's better for you, and I don't have to worry about all these chemicals and different stuff that you can buy at the store, processed foods. And don't get me wrong, I eat processed foods here and there, but like I said, it's always nice to know that I can, if the grocery stores was closed down, I could provide for my family. So
That is a good place to be. You never know what can happen here. Got a question from the Suns themselves. What was the meanest O lineman that you ever played with? Who made you glad you played alongside him and not against him?
The meanest. I was the meanest. But I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Dwayne Brown was just. I mean, he was just a freak, man. Like he can get beat on a block, but he was so athletic, man. He can make up for it. He had a mean streak. And one of my best years I played was my true freshman year when we played beside each other, because we used to just dog people, like double teams, like Wake Forest game when I got an ACC lineman of the week. I had like 9 pancakes, 10, whatever. And then we was just knocking D linemen 5 to 6 yards back. I mean, we would put them in the linebackers' laps. And so Dwayne Brown was by far one of the meanest offensive line. I'm first, him second. So
And that's a good choice, because that man is he's a bad dude for sure. Sam, you remember some of those. I mean, you were a kid, but you remember the 08 team, the 09 team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think, the key, we've talked about this so much over the past, it's like since I've been covering Tech football, it does feel like they've always been like, hey, we need to be better strength and conditioning. Like we need to be bigger, faster, stronger. We need all this stuff. I hope that that's something that they can get handled with this offseason, because I mean, we're watching a team right now in the national title game and how they got here. Yes, they have very talented players. Yes, they have great coaching. These are all guys who came in undersized from high school. Now they're big, mean, fast, strong. Like this Indiana offensive line, man, they're about to take the field here. 0-0 game. Indiana forced a punt from Miami. They're backed up a bit though, but I mean, this offensive line, they move so well, yet they can run the ball up the middle just as good as anybody in the country. And every time we have somebody who is an offensive lineman guru or former player or something, the first thing they talk about is footwork.
Yeah. Every
single one of them. And I think that's something you watch this Indiana team, and I'm sure you guys trained at real hard. And that's why Virginia Tech was so successful. Fundamentals, offensive lineman footwork to go along with being, a mean old dude.
Yeah. That was better than us.
Been successful.
Indiana offense line was better than the offense line as a group that I was with. I told someone the other day, if you want to teach someone how to play offense line, plug in Indiana, because they look the same. All 5 up front, their steps, their hands, they hardly ever get thrown around. I mean, man on man, and they're going to block you.
Yeah. And Miami's is kind of the same way. Like Miami has that, like they really match each other step for step. Like they're an extremely impressive group, and maybe even the better line, but Indiana might play more as a team than just about anyone else at every single position, as you kind of indicated earlier.
Oh gosh. They don't really ever have any penalties or anything. It's like it's kind of scary to see how good you would think they was in the Army or something. Like that team is awesome. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. And Sam brought up a good point too. Like, we talk about putting a team together and getting them to play as one. And with the portal, it makes it particularly hard on the offensive line. Because, and tell me if I'm wrong, but trying to play next to a guy at that position requires more time than almost anywhere else, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And so how do you get that? Like, how do you get that chemistry built up? Because we talked a lot about, we made a lot of jokes about how our boys went to Claytor Lake over the summer trying to bring the team together, and now we're going to be all good. Like, what can you actually do? Is it just reps? Like, is there anything you can do with the 5U starters or whoever it is, the top 7, to make it so you can hit the ground running week 1?
A lot of practicing, a lot of reps in the summer. Like, make sure every guy stays here, lock in, and be here in the summer. And it's just a lot of practice. It's just going over steps, going over the playbook, make sure everyone is uniform and doing the same thing, and, hang out with these guys. Like, every day, hang out with these guys, whether it's at practice, whether it's at home. Spend time with each other, get to know each other, and go out there work your butts off when it's time. And as long as you're here in the summer and everyone is locked in as a group, it's easy to. I'm not saying it's easy, but they can get it together by fall.
How much does like the personal relationship with your position group matter? Like, was there guys that you just disliked that you played with, or were you for the most part like brothers?
There were several that I disliked. Not necessarily on the offensive line, but certain people I had to block for. I really didn't dislike. Y'all probably didn't like. Y'all probably figured it out without saying any names. But anyway, but yeah, it's all about relationship. Like I said, spending time with each other, loving each other, hanging out, and just understanding each other. Because you can't. It's hard to play. If I got my right tackle here, if I hate him, it's hard to play on the same field with them. So it's all about relationships, man. Especially at offensive line, we have to be together. That's what it's all about, togetherness, as Coach Beamer would say.
Sam, go ahead and read this one for me.
Oh, okay, yeah. YouTube comment, username upside down 69302. Serge, are you still putting in horseshoes?
Putting in horseshoes.
Putting in horseshoes with your dip? Is that what it says?
Yeah, it's like you put dip. You know how like when you dip, it's there, and instead of like put it all the way around.
Not as bad. Actually, I'm trying to quit again. So I quit for 5 years.
Someone knows you here, man.
Yeah, I know.
Someone knows you here putting in horseshoes. Now I know what he's talking about. I was like, what does he mean, horseshoes?
Yeah, I used to take a can of dip and I could do over half the can with one dip from
oh my god
all across. But,
are you on the Zins?
So what?
On the Zins? Do you do Zin now?
No, I still do grizzly wintergreen, but I'm trying to quit as we speak. So.
I didn't know if you were stepping it down. As I know the Zins are big these days with the younger boys.
I'm gonna do it or I'm not. I'm not going to try something else.
So just to give a comment here, Serge and then Billy Ray with the horseshoe.
a little catch up with the game right now. We're at a commercial break. Both teams forced a punt. Miami with a holding penalty. They would have had decent field position, but got a penalty. So they're going to be backed up to about their own 30 as they start their drive. And I'll tell you, this Miami offensive line, we praised Indiana's. Let's praise Miami's, who's been very good, has a bunch of NFL guys on it. I remember when I went to the Tech Miami game this year, where our seats are, we have a pretty good view of both teams warming up. And my brother-in-law and I were sitting there, and to our left was Virginia Tech warming up, and to our right was Miami. And the offensive linemen were kind of right there at like each goal line. So you had a pretty good view of each. I look left, I look right, you look left. This ain't gonna go well. Like the size difference. So
it's a good question.
That's the standard. It's like that's like the every year there's a Virginia Tech like what the hell moment, and it was like how did we do that? And we ran on them better than anyone in the country.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you, I think there was a lot of talent. There's a lot of talented guys in Blacksburg.
Yeah.
And I think fortunately they're getting a lot of those guys back. And I also think this Miami team, like they are better this year in do or die scenarios than they were in like regular games.
Yeah.
Like when they needed to go up and win at Pitt and they needed to handle business in these playoff games, like that's when they've played their best this year, which is totally different than the normal Miami.
Yeah.
Well, for me too, like you look at a Miami matchup in Virginia Tech, and sometimes it just doesn't matter if the coaches had changed a million times or the players are 10 years separated from the last time we were good. Like those games are just typically like we get fired up for those games.
Yeah.
And I think we saw it again. And they did give them, I mean, Miami was clearly trying to separate from us just to impress the CFP committee at the end of that game, because it was a tight game. We were giving them a fight in Blacksburg. And I think it goes back to that. Did you feel, Sergio, that like when you playing Miami just felt different than the other games, or was there a different opponent that you felt?
It always felt different, man. You know, what was my record against Miami? I think I won 2 or 3 games against them. They beat us my senior year, but yes, it was always like that, man. It's Miami, the U. You know, you think about Ray Lewis, Sean Taylor, the guys that played there, man, it's like when
It's endless.
Yeah, when you go down there, man, you want to beat those guys every time. And I never forget my favorite game was, I think it was 2008. They was bringing the Hurricane to Blacksburg. They were supposed to beat us, and we smacked them.
I know which game you're talking about. Yeah. Was that the were they were like number 9?
Yeah, it was something crazy. And it was, I mean, it rained the entire game, and Ryan Williams just went off. It was a good matchup.
Yeah,
you went 3-1 against the Canes, and yes, that was the 2009 was the
2009
game. It was the good rain game in Virginia Tech history.
I remember Ja'Cory Harris getting like his body like exploding when we hit him one time, and like the ball went flying, and then I think we picked it up and ran it in for a defensive touchdown.
I think it was Jason Worrells. That sacked him.
Okay.
Or Cody Graham. It was one of the two.
Yeah, Cody had an amazing year that season. Sergio, who are your top 3 teams you hate, UVA aside?
I would say Miami. I would say Boston College. And then it was Clemson. I played.
Yeah.
But if he hadn't said anything about UVA, it would have been UVA all 4 years.
And you know what? I appreciate that too, because you had to learn it. Like I was an out-of-state kid. You were a Georgia kid, and you learned to hate UVA quickly, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
And there's another comment here. The AI Sergio is wild. That's from Dale Kaiser.
Hey, I should have never figured out AI. I can tell you that.
It kind of reminds me of T-Pain when they got you, like, you got the glasses on and everything. Wild outfit.
Because it's like it's my voice, but I can literally take a picture from 1998, plug it in, and it'll bring it back to life.
It's so cool, man.
Yeah.
It really is amazing, some of the stuff it can do. But yeah, West Virginia, that didn't make your list. But we had already moved to the ACC by the time.
I don't think we played
West
Virginia much.
Yeah.
I wanted to. I think they should replace UVA with West Virginia. I would love to play West Virginia every year.
This is a good one. You started as a freshman.
Yeah.
True freshman, if I'm not mistaken. You didn't redshirt. How were you able to do that? Because we have a bunch of these freshmen coming in that are gigantic. They're probably strong, 300 pounds, whatever. But it's still, even in this advanced stage of physical fitness and all that stuff, to get a freshman offensive lineman on the field is like, doesn't happen very often. How were you able to do it?
I was a savage. I'm just be honest with you. I had a bad upbringing.
You had to be.
And then so I was just a savage, mean kid. Like you wasn't gonna bully me. You wasn't gonna cut my hair off. I did cut my hair off my freshman year, but it was by my choice, not anyone else's. But you just had to be a savage, and I had a lot to prove. And in my mindset, like I was just out there fighting people. I was bullying people. That just was my mindset, and I knew. I actually, one of the offensive line, I love you, Def Nick Marshall, but I got to tell the story. So Nick Marshall was there, and as a freshman, he grabbed me in the locker room one day. And I dumped him on his head, and I was like, I got this position. It's over with, And so
he was older than you, right? I mean, wasn't he have a few years on you?
Yeah, so so when I came in, you had, I think it was a redshirt junior, redshirt senior that was quote unquote this starter, but I ended up taking the position because I just was mean, man. If I got my hands on you, it was a wrap. I mean, the only person that really just was the hardest D lineman I ever played against was Dominican Sue. Like, OMG.
Your senior year.
I would love to hear about this because so many football people who played against him say he should be in the GOAT conversation of college football players, any position.
I get chills thinking about it. I remember when in Nebraska my junior year, I was playing good. And I watched him on film. He wasn't playing as hard. But then I remember I looked at him and I looked at Kurt Newsom. We looked at each other about the same time. I was like, this is going to be a long game. And I remember the first play, boom, I locked him out. I said, I got him. He ain't nothing. and literally he just took me and just like, get out the way. And I was like, man, you know what? I thank God we got Tyrod Taylor back there because I didn't give up a sack. But that same year, he had 4.5 sacks against Texas.
Oh, he was throwing Colt McCoy around like a rag doll. He like I remember that Big 12 championship game. He nearly won it by himself. Yeah. And so when I think of our game and the job that you guys did, you double him every play? Like how were you?
No, I mean we didn't double him, man. We doubled him some. Just depends on where he lined up at. But we just went out there and played ball. And like I said, man, it was good that we had a mobile quarterback because Dominic Sue, he was just that good, man. I mean, you give him his roses or whatever he wants because he was the man. I mean,
so you went up against him in 08 and 09?
Yeah, so 09 I moved to left guard. So it was funny. James Brooks had to play against him most of the game in 09.
You're like, good luck.
Going into that game. I'm sorry, going into that game, what kind of advice did you give James Brooks? Or are you kind of just like, your problem?
Hey, let's play ball. Everyone knew who Dominic Sue was then. We just had to get your hands on him, drive, play, and just play physical, and that's what we did. And we was able to get by, beat them at home on that long.
I mean, it's one of the most legendary games in Tech history. And for a while, you're probably like, this is really frustrating because it was impossible for us to get anything but a field goal for a long time.
It was a rock fight.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, that game at Nebraska was the biggest crowd ever for a Nebraska home game. And that stood for like a decade plus until they did some renovations or something. But that was a major football game, and it's kind of overshadowed by a disgusting football game that Virginia Tech won in Blacksburg on the Tyrod to Danny Colton. Tyrod
nicest fans you will ever meet. Nebraska fans are the nicest. When we beat them in 08 in Nebraska, they was like, "Good job, Tech. Y'all guys are awesome, la la la." And I'm like, "We're not used to this," but they were awesome fans.
They won just so much in the 90s, they'll just let you.
On the Danny Cole catch, Will Compton almost got Tyrod.
No, that was Sue.
Oh, that was Will Compton. You're right. Holy shit.
That was Sue.
Oh, it was Sue?
Sue almost got him because they ran a twist stunt, and I had my guy, and he went inside. So the center's supposed to bump me off. So I saw Sue at the last minute, and I barely touched him before he knocked Tyrod head off.
This is from BRM. Was Sue a trash talker? What was he like outside the whistle?
That's the problem. He would not talk to me on the field. I tried to talk to Sue. He wouldn't say a word. I like to joke with guys, but he wouldn't say anything. He didn't talk trash or anything. It's kind of the weirdest thing ever. Usually I can get him to talk to me, but not him.
2 plays ago, Miami came in. They had sent a guy on a blitz, and he smoked Fernando Mendoza. Like the pass got off. It wasn't a sack, but then 2 plays later, we got Indiana driving inside the 20 right now.
Yeah, so Black just did a trains coming, get off the tracks there to the Miami safety.
Ooh, so we got a bloody lip for Fernando Mendoza right now.
Oh, he got popped again. That is.
He's taking a beating. I mean, Miami's got one of those nasty D lines. I mean, they're gonna test Indiana. This is I think the way this has started is good for Miami. Don't you think, Sam?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think this is the best drive of the game so far, and they're driving pretty well. There's zero reason Mendoza needed to try to throw a block right there. I think Miami's doing a good job right now keeping everything in front of them without the bird's eye view. I'm going to guess they're playing 2 high safeties right now. Looks like they're actually going to a cover 1 high. They're bringing the safety on a blitz, and Mendoza keeps it for about 2 yards. So maybe they are mixing it up a bit. We'll see. It does seem like Indiana's going to need to make some adjustments, though, as this goes on.
For sure. A couple more things for Sergio. We got 3 more minutes left in this quarter, and we'll say goodbye. But this has been a really fun interview and a fun trip down memory lane because when you were in school, it was just such a good time for Hokie football. I know we had some tough losses, the Matt Ryan games. I know you talked about that with Dan on his show. Was there a particular game that you're like the most proud of, or I know we talked about the Nebraska games, but anything else that comes to mind?
I mean, it's hard to beat those back-to-back victories in the ACC championship against Boston College, man. I played against BJ Raji, Ron Brace, dominated them doing those games, and man, it definitely was the ACC championships. And then my senior year, being able to play my last college game at the Chick-fil-A Bowl in Georgia against Tennessee and winning that game, man, it was. Those are my top three.
We beat their ass.
Yeah, New Year's Eve. That was a really beating Lane Kiffin of all people.
Arian Foster was on that team. He never played at all.
Yeah.
And then he went on to be this great NFL running back.
Yeah.
They called him Fumbling Foster at Tennessee because that's why he couldn't get on the field, because he couldn't hold on to the ball, but he was physically a stud.
Yeah.
But yeah, your career, and a lot of other names come up when you talk about that era, and like the Danny Coles and the Boykins and Tyrod and all this stuff. But one of the things that differentiated Virginia Tech at that time, and one of the reasons we've struggled so much the last few years, is the offensive line was good back then.
Yeah.
And you looked different. And that's what I'm hoping we can get back to, is just, looks don't mean everything, but like getting off the bus, those Tech teams, they looked the part. Like, I think you talked about it before, 07.
Yeah.
That was legitimately like a national championship type caliber team.
And we should have been there if we had a loss in the rain to Boston College. We would have played LSU again, because LSU spanked us the second game of the season. But if we had a beat Boston College and won out, we would have played them in the national title that year.
Yeah.
We had a shot in 06 too if Marcus would have came back.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, Marcus. He didn't have a choice to come back, but
no,
yes,
he didn't. But I'm saying, regardless.
Yeah.
No, that's funny. I mean, the talent was just off the charts back then. We're talking about what James Franklin has done to the talent. Me and Sam went over it a bunch of times. Just like the injection of talent coming in this offseason is amazing. Back then, every offseason we were bringing in high school recruits, but we were developing at such a high level. And that's the thing. You started right away, Sergio, but around you, did you feel like guys were getting better and better year over year? Like guys were actually developing within the program?
Oh yeah, you didn't have a choice, because we had a bunch of dogs on there, and we had a seniors and older guys that wanted to win, because that's what we was accustomed to. So you either got better or you was on scout team. You choose. And so everyone, we just had some mean people. We wasn't the biggest. Vince Hall wasn't the biggest. Xavier Deeby wasn't the biggest, but we had guys at every level knock your head off. I mean, think about the defensive backs that we had, like Brandon Flower, Macho, and Rock Carmichael, that would just come in, and Cam Chance, that would just knock your head off like a linebacker. But we probably wouldn't have survived in how college football is now, because everyone would have been out the game for targeting.
Well, that's a good
true.
point. That's true. BRM put this in the chat. BJ Raji. I wanted to actually ask you about that, because BJ Raji was a beast. If people don't remember,
I forgot about him, to be honest.
He played for the Packers for a number of years. Mm-hmm. Remember, he would do that like dance.
Yeah.
But BJ Raji was a problem, and Sergio handled him a couple different times in the ACC title. I went to the Tampa one. Yeah. That was a fun one because everyone contributed. That was a really fun one. I think Sean Glennon was MVP. We threw a bunch of touchdown passes. The receivers back then were just ridiculous. I mean the running backs and the receivers, I should say, all the skill talent. Man, well, this has been a lot of fun, man. Do you have anything as you're closing out? I know you would be happy to plug In the Trenches, but I know that might be on hiatus. I'm not how you're feeling about that. You're doing insurance now, correct?
No. So I own a commercial cleaning company. I got out of insurance. I absolutely hated insurance, to be honest with you. So
that's my fault. I'm behind on the times.
Yeah. So now I own a commercial cleaning company called ITT Cleaning LLC, short for In the Trenches. And so that's all I do. I got some good workers, got some good people that I work with. And so that's how I'm able to provide for my family. That's how I'm able to be at home. And so, that's my thing. If you're looking for any commercial cleaning, we are a one-stop shop. I don't care if you're in Maryland, Georgia, South Carolina, wherever. We worldwide, baby. We can get it done. So.
And are you based out of Southwest VA?
Yeah, so I'm actually in Abilene, Virginia right now, right here outside of Bristol, Tennessee. So I'm close.
You're down in there. You are for sure close to Blacksburg. The Suns just put the link in the chat for you guys. But Sergio, thank you so much for being here, man. This was a ton of fun. Great way to kick off the national championship. Enjoy the rest of the game. Try to get some rest with all those kids at home.
Oh, I will. I mean, they get ready to go to bed here about 8:30, 9 o'clock. So.
Okay, you can enjoy the game a little bit. Yeah, that sounds good, man. It was good talking to you. All right.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Yes,
yes,
too,
sir. See you at the spring
man.
game,
Thank
my guy.
Oh yeah, see you then.
Oh, Sergio's gonna be down the spring game. That would be a
Let's
blast.
go.
Dan, you were talking a little bit about the spring game and maybe doing a show from the tailgate.
We should. Why not, dog? Like, if we have the Starlink,
I think we can take care of it. I got a generator. We got a Starlink access potentially.
Live from Chicken Hill.
Dude,
yeah,
that's sweet because then you don't got to like mess with being downtown and trying to get to the tailgate. You're already there.
That's what
we
I'm
have
saying.
downtown at home.
Exactly.
We got downtown at home and it's called Chicken Hill. And that's where we're going to go. Sam, are you going to run the race this year?
Yeah, I'm going to run the race. We're going for I don't know what my goal time is. Not about the goal time, obviously. But yeah, I'm going to be down there, spend a few days, and we'll work from down there in Blacksburg on Friday. Hang out Saturday, run the race, hang out a little bit Sunday before flying back. The Roanoke to LaGuardia Express flight, as Pat and I will be very familiar with.
Character building.
Are you bringing the fam? Are your parents coming? They're always there, right?
Maybe. I don't know. They might be. I'll be there. Okay. The flight prices are being tracked as we speak.
Okay. I have a place to stay, maybe secured. I just put it out to the wife. I know it's a place that she likes. So hoping to have her down and we can do the whole Chicken Hill experience April 18th. Maybe it'll be a little bit warmer. That's a little bit later than the game typically is.
Let's hope so. And that's going to be a cool weekend because both softball and baseball are also hosting ACC series that weekend. I think softball is Georgia Tech and baseball is Pitt. So it's a loaded weekend. I'm glad they finally got both of those teams at home the same weekend. Tech doesn't control that scheduling, so they want to do the spring game the same weekend, but they don't control the ACC schedule home and away for that weekend. So they got lucky this year finally.
Because typically the softball team, I feel like they always have a home series that weekend. It's felt like it the last few years.
It's just how it's worked out for baseball. And Tech plays road games. How they kind of do it normally is like their first two series of ACC play will be on the road. Like they'll play Georgia Tech and Miami on the road where it's not freezing cold, and then they'll come back for 2 or 3 home series in the non-conference, and then they'll go back on the road for middle of April. But this year that they finally got a home game there. Checking in on the game. It's third and 10 for Miami right now. Indiana's defense is starting to lock down a little bit. Both of these defenses are. The over might be in some trouble with how these defenses are playing.
Right there?
Dude,
Indiana, the DB from Indiana just made a great play.
Yeah. All you have to do is take an Uber down the street and you're still getting outshone by a team from the Midwest. That's crazy. Never talk to me about the Miami fan base again. They are literally a bunch of casuals. They are. Care.
Oh man,
it's
on Beck.
Oh, you're like a couple seconds ahead of me, man. Come on, but that was that's not a matchup you want there.
They are starting to heat
May
up
on Sunday.
They're starting to heat up on Indiana right now.
Oh, dude, it's funny though. Miami's like this private school of 10,000 kids enrollment each year, and here they are against the largest alumni base in the country, and that whole I'd say 70% of that stadium is red and white.
I can't believe Pat's friends are there. That's so sick, dude. The prices are outrageous, but
that is crazy though that it's their first Like, or they're the largest alumni base. I mean, they got satellite campuses, I guess, everywhere, but
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that
what I've
might be
heard-
including like Indiana, like Huey Pewee and
ooey pooey.
IPFW and all that stuff too. So
Did Mark Cuban buy a bunch of these tickets for people? I think he might have.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Are you guys Sunday morning people? Will you watch Sunday Morning with Jane Pauley on CBS?
Mm-mm.
No,
I have no idea.
Did I?
You don't know what it is, Sam? Oh, it's one of the most like it's been on television forever.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
Sunday
my
morning
mom
programming.
watches it. My mom, I grew up. My mom. would watch
Everyone
it.
that's older likes it. I was never a big fan until I got married. My wife really likes the show. I think it's because her parents like the show.
Yeah,
It's a
my
good
mom-
show. It's
my
a great
grandpa
program.
watched it, and my mom watches it.
You get the trumpet sound. It's kind of like the 60-minute ticking, but without the anxiety. She is an Indiana Hoosier, the host of Sunday Morning, Jane Pauley, and they did a piece on it this past weekend. Clark Ruland, big Sunday Morning fan. He says it's the best show on television.
Somehow, I am not surprised. Love you, Clark.
I was chatting with Clark over the weekend. I didn't get to see him. He wasn't at the game. Speaking of which, Dan, they had the wrestling match inside the Moss Arts Center this past weekend. Are you heading to any wrestling over the
Oh
spring
yeah,
upcoming?
baby! I'm gonna be in Blacksburg on Thursday for women's basketball, and then Friday I'm doing wrestling, and then depending on what that forecast is, I'm either headed back that night or I'm staying in it till Saturday morning.
Very nice. So yeah, we just missed each other by a weekend. That's a shame. But
Yeah, wrestling's got Stanford on Friday in Castle.
Oh, that's a big one.
I did like your heated vest though.
Pat was selling me out this past weekend, man. He was heated vest. Here's the thing. I got bird bones. I got Mediterranean blood. I'm always cold. And my mother-in-law, of all people, gave me that vest. Great gift. It was a great gift. Love that thing. Sam, are you drinking a beer?
yeah, I gotta
about
be totally honest. I maybe did more research for the beers I'm drinking tonight than I did the football.
Well, we got to get it in because we only got 12 seconds
okay.
left in the quarter.
Okay. I went, by the way, these are beers that have been like, I asked some of our friends of mine who drink craft beers, bartenders I've been at, what's your favorite beers that I could possibly get here in Brooklyn, New York? This is from one of my friends who lives in Chicago. This brewery is from Chicago, Half Acre. This is a limited release, the Akari Shogun. It is a wheat beer, a honey wheat beer. Really good. It's a pretty hazy guy for a wheat. So very hazy. It's gone down a little bit now. Really fresh. Honey, a little bit of like vanilla-ish to it. So it's got a little bit of sweetness as well. Goes down easy. Very, very good. It's very highly rated on Untapped. I'm going to give it a 4. It is very, very good.
That's awesome.
Says
Dan,
the
are you
Akari
having
Shogun from Half Acre.
Sorry, say that name again one more time, Sam.
I'm
Akari
gonna put it up to
Shogun?
the camera. The Akari Shogun
Oh,
from Half Acre
Chicago.
in Chicago, Illinois. Yep.
Half Acre
Brewery
makes
started in 2007, so they've been around a while too.
they make the Daisy Cutter, which I believe is a Pilsner. It's been on tap a lot of different places over the years that I've had it. And I think I went there when we went to the Notre Dame game a long time ago. Dan, are you drinking anything?
Yeah, this is the from the Bruce Lee Brewery, Be Water. It's a very rare beer, but it's very refreshing and delicious. And,
No, that's a Mickey Ultra right there.
no, I'm on a big locked in kick right now, so I'm not really like I'll drink when I'm in Blacksburg coming up, but I'm really just trying to be as conscious about what I intake as possible. So a beer on a Monday, I kind of was like, you know what? I had my cheat meal last night. I can't do it today. So
you're a better man than me.
some
Stick Starts Tuesday. Dan, it's been a pleasure to have you here. Let me just review this. I'm having the hipster catnip. This is just never going to beat the elitist allegations with a beer like this. But the hipster catnip
you like
from
what you like.
La Cabra Brewing. My brother-in-law got this for me for Christmas. This is an American IPA, 7.2. La Cabra is a nice little brewery in PA. And this thing went down easy. It was clear in the glass, not too hazy. Just a good old-fashioned American IPA, not a hazy IPA, but super easy to drink. I would recommend the hipster catnip if you're feeling frisky. That's going to do it for Dan and me. Sam's going to stick around for the second quarter. I'm going to add BRM back to the screen. in a
Thanks for
second
having me, y'all.
Yeah,
I
dude.
appreciate
Dan,
it.
it's always a pleasure. And thank you for hanging with us with Sergio and the score prediction and everything else. What's TTD got going on coming up in the spring? You going to be recording?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. We're going. There's going to be, as long as there's content, there's me on a microphone.
Yes. Yes, sir. That's what I like to
feel
hear.
about it.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you again soon, okay?
Yes, sir. Go Hoosiers. Go Hokies.
Later, Dan. All right, Billy, you are back. You're mute your TV for us, and I'm gonna say goodbye. We're zooming in on the second quarter. I'm gonna let you and Sam handle it, okay?
Appreciate it. Sergio Render, what an absolute
Awesome.
legend.
Awesome. And it's so cool to get kind of the perspective of those guys who have some time in between when they graduated and like now, and they can really look back on it. And that era of Tech football was so, like, there were so many big moments every year. Like, I think people forget how many big games those teams played in. And he started, 51, 52 games starting. That's just absurd. You don't see that nowadays much. Oh,
it sounds so corny. This is a corny thing to say, but I mean, year by year, you overreact to where the program is. I firmly do believe at one point in our life that we'll be playing in a game of this magnitude. And we were texting about it earlier in the chat this week. It will financially ruin me. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, you basically, whatever the price is you're gonna pay it, right? It is going to be awesome.
No, I
day does come around.
Agree. Opening up a new credit card. Clark Rulin, great friend of the program. I need a little Hokie swag behind me, to be honest. So here's how the setup is going in my tiny Brooklyn apartment right now. I pulled the desk out from the wall and I'm like cornered myself here. The TV's over there. So that's why I'm looking over there. And this is where the diplomas are going to be hung.
There you
at
go.
Some point in the future. We do need some Hokie swag. We got an NC State pennant up here. I got an NC State coot. We need some Hokie stuff hung up here.
As you know, and who my guest that we're to bring on here. This is obviously not my decoration. Obviously, Juliana has done most of the decorating here. We do have Hokie stuff, but it is sparingly sprinkled around the room. I am so excited to introduce our next guest. This is first time on the Sons of Saturday Network, and that is my former roommate. That is wide receiver standout. That is E from Entourage. It is CJ Carroll. CJ, welcome to the show, man. How we doing?
What's up, man?
Damn.
We paused a little bit here on CJ.
CJ may have forgotten to pick up his Cox Wi-Fi bill. We'll give him a second to tune back in here for a second.
Tell him just to text you when it comes back. Yeah.
Yes.
I will say, I will talk about this with CJ.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go down a cool little memory lane that we'll talk about with CJ for the Tech Notre Dame game in 2016. Had a little memory lane of that this morning. So we'll talk about that.
It's crazy.
In the game here.
CJ and I, it was wild. So we lived in Maple Ridge together. It was me, CJ, Joe Callis, and Mike Santa Maria. And then down the road, it was Eric Gallo. It was Chris Durkin. It was Joey Sly. It was CJ. Help me remember who all lived on Golden Harvest Circle. Me, Joe, Mike. Who else is on Golden Harvest Circle? Joey,
Trent,
Eric Gallo, Trent.
Me, you, Mike, Joe, Trent, Joey, Gallo, Colt Pettit. And then around the corner was Jig Laden. It was Chris Durkin. It was Did Prince live there too? I think Cam Phillips lived in there too.
And Kendall lived by himself.
Yeah.
What year was this?
This was 2015. This is our sophomore year. It was the first year we moved off campus.
Okay.
And look, I don't mean to gloat here. Nobody threw house parties the way 540 Golden Harvest Circle.
We weren't 540. You just
What number were we?
We were 520, but you named our Wi-Fi 540.
That's right. I had it. I had it wrong. we had a basketball hoop on the second floor. We would play pickup basketball. We would play beer pong with water to stay hydrated. That was something that we used to do.
Smart.
I mean, it was all time, man. But CJ Carroll, fan favorite, 2015 to 2018, roommate, had the, I can't remember what version of the F-150 it was, but I think I drove your truck more in college than you drove. I had a superhero skill where I would be able to borrow friends' cars more than they did. Mike Santa Maria drove his Jeep into the ground. I had to have logged 5,000 miles in his car, and CJ, I must have logged 2,000 miles in your car. But how we doing, man? What's up with you, dude?
I'm good. Sorry, I'm on my phone. It wouldn't work on my computer, but thank you guys for having me, Billy. I can't believe it took me till I'm 30 years old to get on this podcast.
Yeah, it's taken a long time. It has taken way too long. I did text into the group chat today. I'm not sure how many of you listening have like your old roommates in a group chat together, and it's funny. It's the we see each other far too little, but every time we see each other, it's just like we haven't seen each other. It's like we haven't skipped a beat at all, and that's kind of what it's been. So we're gonna have to do that again. But Sam, bring up. So you were going down Hokie memory lane. What do you got?
Yo, I actually this morning I was like CJ Carroll, going over questions, going over our Google Doc that we have in our outline here that's over to my left. And
I made a Google Doc. That's
you're on a Google Doc,
Dude,
CJ.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
You think this is some bang up operation, dude? Yeah, you got a Google Doc.
I didn't know if I was a late sub or something. So,
dude, no, you weren't a late sub, CJ. But I did check in with you 2 or 3 times to make sure that it was front of mind. I mean,
you did.
We've had 1 or 2 too many concussions, and we do forget to show up where we need to be sometimes.
That's
myself
true.
included.
That is true.
But I was like, all right, CJ Carroll highlight. Like, what's the one? It's the Notre Dame play, and I was at that game, freezing my tail off.
Yeah.
It was disgustingly cold. It was disgustingly wet. If you haven't been to Notre Dame Stadium, they don't really have seats. They have like old, somewhat rotten boards from Home Depot down the street that just get logged with water. There's no space anywhere. So you're basically like this, soaking wet, watching the game with a bunch of 40 to 55-year-old Midwesterners. That game was a crazy comeback, and I don't think we talk about it enough because Tech was down 17-0 at one point and came back, and it was just the first drive of the second half, I believe.
Yeah.
We had a really nice play design. We like faked a bubble screen. CJ with a little stutter hits the slant, gets inside his man. Gerard Evans puts it on a dime, and CJ just goes around the corner. And then, so I remember all that, right? Like I remember the slant taking it. What I don't remember is the little like Hezzy Hay stutter step at the 15-yard line.
When CJ did his Conor McGregor, so anytime that we were out at a party, CJ would pull this out, and he pulled it out at a game. He hit the he just missed out on the arm sway because he would have got that 15-yard. I knew what he was doing.
It was like this close to like, oh, he might just start like dead leg high stepping right here to get the guy. But it worked. It got you another like 10, 15 yards.
It's funny because that entire play, that was obvious. Like that was the best play of my career. I completely blacked out during the entire play. And I just remember like waking up on the sideline and I was like, what just, they're like, oh, everyone's hitting me on the head. I'm like, damn, I must have done something good. But I completely blacked out. I like dove for the pylon, which is if you knew Fuente and Coach Korn, so that play I got yelled at in film the next day because they're like, we told you not to do this. You know, you could have cost us if you fumbled the ball into the end zone. And I was just like, well, it's funny because that was the highlight of my career, and that was probably when my career also started going the other way. My foot kind of, Colt Pettit always makes the joke that I left my foot on that field that day because ever since then my foot has never been the same. But
hold on, you got to give. I wasn't going to bring it up, but since you're bringing it up, you're underplaying it a little bit. You people don't know, and you got up and you celebrated the play. Honestly, if you were playing now, you could have taken your pants off and you wouldn't have gotten a penalty. But back then they were penalizing people for whatever. But what was the actual injury that you got on that play?
It wasn't, I don't know if it was that exact play, but I had I basically cracked my foot. I had a stress fracture in my foot. But I mean, ever since then, like, I think I played 5 or so games on a broken foot, basically. I would get you can never see it, but I would have this like hard cast that I would get put on my foot before every single game. And then it would just be numb. And then after the game, I probably shouldn't say all this, but
you were Jared, bro. When you would come back to the house, it was CJ would be limping around. I had my back issues. I mean, it was kind of like a hospital.
Didn't you have remember you had was it a slip? Remember when we got in like a fight and you
yes. So CJ and I got in an argument over
over trash.
I would park my F-150 in front of the house and it would make sense for me to take the trash to the garbage. But CJ and I were beefing a little bit, and he kept putting the trash bags in the back of my truck because I would back into where our parking spot was, and he would throw the trash into my truck, expecting me just to run it down when I went there. And, obviously high testosterone environment, everything else. So I get mad at CJ. And when it's almost like you both think you're playing around, but then you actually both reach oh, we're actually going to fight each other right now mode.
Yeah, you might as well. You're already there. I
think I was in between, I'm going to give him a noogie and I'm going to actually try to choke him. And then he was like, I'm going to punch him straight in the face. And we both went to the ground, and the 300 pounds of me and the 86 pounds of CJ drilled into the sidewalk, and I still have a floating bone of my elbow on this elbow from when that happened. So yes, CJ is responsible for an injury on my body.
Well, I'm sorry, but
no, I mean I totally had it coming. I mean it made sense for me to take the trash down, and put in the comments your craziest arguments you got into with your roommates. But I also want to point this out too. So what was fun is you, me, and Isaiah, I think, spent more time arguing over who had a better high school football team. So I went to Paramus Catholic, Isaiah went to IMG, and you went to Good Counsel.
No, Isaiah went to
not IMG, IHG or whatever. What was it?
Trinity
Episcopal. Yeah. Yes. With and I gotta tell you, man. So you go first. Some of the talented dudes that you went to high school with.
Yeah. So my 2012, I think it was, year, we had Stephon Diggs, Kendall Fuller, Dorian O'Daniel, Sam Mustapher, who was just playing center for Denver last night when the one center went out. As far as household names, that's kind of it. But we had, I think, that year 30 guys go Division I. Mm-hmm. I mean, Stephon and Kendall alone, because Kendall was also a really good offensive player. I mean, we can go. This argument will never end because it will never be able to prove it. But I will die on the hill that we had the best high school football team. And Terrell likes to get in this argument as well.
And Terrell's the only one with the national championship.
What does that mean, though? A national championship?
CJ, I agree, because I beat him my senior year. I agree. I don't know what a national championship at high school means. I will say, though, what's very different about the state of Virginia is, and it's hard to explain this to people that aren't from Virginia. I'm glad you're here to help me do it. In the state of Virginia, I think it's cool that the best players go to their local high school. In New Jersey, and I assume the same is for Maryland and the same is for Florida, all of the talent goes to 5 schools.
Right.
And in New Jersey, that's Paramus Catholic, Don Bosco, St. Joe's, Red Bank Catholic, DePaul, Bergen Catholic. Like all the talent goes there. Same thing with Maryland.
Yeah.
And some of the best schools that we'd play schools out of the state of New Jersey. My brother played against, we both played Friendship Academy, Gilman High School, it's crazy how the different states are so different. Because in Virginia, it's the local public schools where all the talent goes. So it's just different.
I'm kind of envious of that, to be honest, because I mean, it gives it more, and I feel like it gives it more of like a Friday Night Lights feel, as opposed to the new age college football. That's what it feels like our high school football was like. And the Virginia public school is kind of how old school college football is like. But actually, I wanted to ask you guys, get your opinion on this. Can I fire off a couple questions?
Of course, dude.
Let's go.
We're just hanging out.
Both of your opinions, I guess I kind of know yours, Billy, but on just like the new age of college football with like the whole NIL era and just the transfer portal, because it seems like it's just like the wild, wild west. I wanted to, I guess, Sam, what's your kind of?
I mean, I think it's on one side. Let's talk like on the field, because my cheers tonight was, this is the best on the field college football like I've ever seen.
Yeah, I agree.
You have the most even teams across the board. Obviously, some are really good, but like there's not much of a difference between team number 8 and team number 38. Like there's really not. I think that's awesome. And I think you have so many guys too who like, hey, I got recruited by Virginia Tech or Virginia or whatever, but I'm kind of going to be a career backup third string, but I still want to play ball. Let me transfer to Richmond or ODU or like whatever, and I can play ball. I think that's awesome. I, however, I don't like the fact that it feels like a lot of this is being done in a courtroom with lawyers. And I feel like a lot of these players are unfortunately being led astray because like, hey, all 3 of us were 18 to 22-year-old guys. And let me tell you who's really bad at life decision-making. 18 to 22-year-old college guys. They are probably it is probably the worst demographic on planet Earth to be making major life decisions. And unfortunately, with how this like agent thing is, they don't have anybody really looking out for them. And so I hope they can get like some guardrails around this. And I also hope guys are like thinking about their college experience as something more than just a way to make money, because like whether you play football or not, these things will last with you for your entire life. And so if you give up that because you're like chasing a bag somewhere, you're going to look back in 5, 6, 10 years and really regret it, because it almost feels like a semi-pro league. Cause like you said, the on-field product is great.
It is awesome. Yeah.
It's just like I feel like it's lost the, college tradition, college.
Yeah.
Like
here's how I explain it. And my dad, when the transfer portal stuff first opened up, my dad had a very good take. And he said, it seems like the sport is trying to repopulate talented quarterbacks across the sport. Because before the transfer portal, you would have teams that would have 3 or 4 quarterbacks who could start for 3 or 4 different teams all on one team. And they would all be playing for LSU, Alabama, or USC or Oklahoma. Now you've diversified where the quarterback talent is. And if you are like an alien and you drop in and you start watching college football, you'd be like, wow, this is so awesome. Like there are so many different teams, so much different chaos. But if you're a fan of a school or a fan of the institution that is college football, it rubs you the wrong way, because every year you have to refamiliarize yourself with the roster. You have to listen to all of the offseason stuff. Like, I almost wish if you could put your blinders on, and Indiana goes up 10-0 here. If you could put your blinders on and just watch the games on Saturday, Thursday, and Friday, they're still awesome. Right. But it is a shame. And CJ, like, I'll speak for myself as an example, right? Forgettable football career, but my entire identity and my entire like life has very much been crafted by the relationships that I made at Virginia Tech. Mm-hmm. If I were to have existed in this player empowerment era, first of all, my dad wouldn't have let me transfer. So that's the first thing. And he would have been right, because he would have been like, stick it out. But I feel bad for these kids who make a decision because they're like, I want to play, and then they jump around and either don't find a new school or when I see these graphics of like 4, 5, 6 different schools, like people laugh at it, but it is kind of heartbreaking. Like, I think about I think about a guy like Brock Hoffman, or I think about a guy like Michael Brewer, who it was the right decision to transfer. CJ, do you remember when Calvin Klein was going to Texas A&M?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
People are making those decisions like at the drop of a hat. You knew Calvin, it broke his heart to leave, but it was the right thing to do.
Right.
And you knew he put a ton of time into thinking about it, and ultimately it was the right move for him. But the fact that you can make that decision on a whim and like you finish a bowl game, like imagine finishing the Belk Bowl, right? And y'all go in the locker room and everybody's talking about where they're going. Oh, I'm visiting Pitt next week. I'm visiting Cal next week. I'm visiting UTSA next week. Like, that sucks.
Yeah, it is sad. Like you said, it is super beneficial for some people, but the way it's getting treated, how do kids form relationships by just jumping around each, going to 4 different schools? Because like you said, we, went to school together for 4 years. Like, our relationship would have been much different if I knew you for just 6 months and then I took off. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, but I mean, like the on-field product is, I will say, like, even this game's entertaining. It's fun. Indiana being in the national championship, that could have never happened.
No,
never. So it does give, and it's like a school like us too. Like, it gives. We always felt like Alabama, the SEC was the top dogs. Now, if we, like, I think we do have the proper funding, we can kind of become a team like Indiana. I don't know.
To your point, and I'll say this: the transfer portal is much more fun when your team is good. It's much less fun when it's not. Yeah. I am gonna tag in one more here, and CJ, you may not have seen this dude since he was like 14 or 15 years old, but Jackson Mitchell coming to you live from Milton, Florida, dude. What's up, dude? Get the mic out of your mouth. What's good, bro?
I just want to thank you both. I want to thank everybody for having me. This is something I look forward to every year, and I dropped the ball on the Army Navy podcast. I'm sorry, I had work. I had for real work, and I had to go do that. But I get to circle back around in January and start the new year off with a holiday in the Mitchell House, the National Football Championship. And I'm extremely excited to be sharing it with you guys. Thank you for having me.
Of course, Jackson. It is always a blessing and a pleasure.
I got a refill at some point here, so I might go get after. Well, okay. So heads up, I will have to.
CJ, good to see you.
I will have to crawl under my desk to get to move. So give me a second. It's a process.
There's a lot going on off camera. So Juliana did just sit down. She is eating that red beans and rice that I did put together. So CJ and Jackson, she does say hello, but she's enjoying the corner of the couch this afternoon. Will not be joining us on camera today. She's rooting for. Who are you rooting for? Indiana. She's rooting for Indiana. CJ, Jackson, who are we rooting for here?
Indiana. Oh, I'm rooting for a good game.
CJ, rooting for the U. Can you walk me through that?
I'm an ACC guy.
Okay.
I like to root. I know that's kind of lame, but
it's not lame.
The ACC gets a bad rap. So us winning a national title, I mean, can't hurt Virginia Tech, right?
I agree. I want to ask you this because I get a lot of crap for this. Not being from the state of Virginia. Can you just power rank for me the teams in the ACC that you hate the most? And I won't try to pollute your answer before I just tell you what I'm thinking. But give me like the 3 teams that you hate the most, even like today. They're on the screen. You're rooting against them.
Well, I think Virginia's one, and it's not because, like you said, I'm not from Virginia. I don't really understand. Like, I wasn't grown up in that rivalry, but even like going out and watching the game, and like there's Virginia, like they are just obnoxious.
They are obnoxious,
and you would, they make you believe that they're superior, and I don't know. I hate Virginia. I guess I don't really like Miami either.
Mm-hmm.
That feels like more of a rivalry too, but I am rooting for them. And then North Carolina, just
I'm with you.
But when we were there, they were always decent, and we had some battles with them. Those are the first three that come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
I think it changes also though. Football, like when I'm watching basketball, I always root against Duke. Like Duke's always good. But I think Carolina, Miami, and then UVA are my top three.
So I will say, CJ, you did exist in a time where the short white wide receiver was popping. I mean, we had Braxton Berrios. Who did we have? We had Braxton Berrios, and then we also had another wide receiver at UNC. Who was the guy at UNC that wore the bath towel?
Switzer.
That's right. So you existed in the white boy renaissance. Yeah. Jackson, who are your three least favorite teams in the ACC?
I can't do that. I'm not gonna participate in that. I will say Southern Methodist. Southern Methodist, I appreciate them as a football program and as a college period. I appreciate them as a school, as a program, as a football program. But they did jump ship because my pride and joy, the United States Naval Academy, we're in the American Athletic Conference. Touchdown, Indiana.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jackson, but we just had a fullback dive out of the I formation for the first.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Oh, that is beautiful football.
Jeff's kiss.
That is beautiful football.
You're talking about the Mustangs.
So the Mustangs, they were American. They are still American. I guess they're a college in America, and they were in the American Athletic Conference. And they left. They jumped ship. So therefore, I don't like that. The American was, and still is a powerhouse for football. And
can I say this? I'm not kidding. I'm on record as saying this. I wish, because we're at 19 schools right now. How many teams in the American Conference, Sam, you'd be the perfect one to answer this. How many teams in the American Conference would you add over Stanford or Cal? I can think of at least three.
I can think of three.
Geographic, like realistically, or like for football, or like geographically?
Increase the brand of the ACC.
Shit. I mean, on track record, Memphis.
Yes.
It depends. If you wanted to continue the Texas thing, like UTSA, the Tulane Green. Hey, if we want to talk about pompous private schools, all right, Tulane, come on down,
dude. The Tulane SMU rivalry, we could get that thing popping.
Man,
that would be
more quarter zips than a Peter Millar outlet.
Yep,
insane. That would be good. The thing too is like. I kind of actually good to ask, like you guys actually played travels of these games. I was a nerd. I did not play college football. I did my thesis statement on the cost analytics and cost engineering around college athletics travel, getting your team and the staff from point A to point B, dealing with academics, dealing with costs, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It is not good. Like financially, it loses millions and millions of dollars every year
CJ,
before you even go to like Stanford. It's crazy.
CJ, what was the craziest? Because I think I know the one you're going to say, but what was the craziest travel back? I didn't travel for this one.
No,
but I heard that the Miami.
I know which one you're talking about. I didn't travel to that one either.
Miami 2017.
Yeah, I didn't play that game.
So apparently, the Miami 2017 game. The team where did they get? They get stuck in like Tennessee, and then they had an awful landing where people were throwing up and like just
and they couldn't land, so they were like flying in the air, and then they landed somewhere. I don't know where. They didn't get back till like 12 p.m. on Sunday.
Yeah, it was a bad situation. Back to the original question, I think Navy would be an awesome add to the ACC. Yeah. I'm really not trying to, I'm not being a homer, Jackson. I think it is so ultra impressive what Navy has been able to do through multiple coaches without using the transfer portal. Army too. Like both of those teams I have so much respect for their ability to not participate in the NIL situation. And honestly, what happens too, very much like every other Group of 5 school, if there's a baller, like somebody's going to go in and they're going to grab him. I think when you were playing there, Jackson, you lost the middle linebacker to TCU. You lost another player to Ole Miss. So I think both of those teams would be a great add. Memphis would be a great add. Tulane would be a great add. I know it's a dying league. I can think of so many other directions we should have gone before going the Stanford and Cal route. But I will say the Calgorithm ad, I love Cal. I've loved having Cal in our league. They have been fun. So I will say that.
If I may.
Please, you may.
I believe that, and I've said this since the beginning of this college football season, and I think late into last college football season, I think the conferences should be regional. Because what CJ was getting at is the travel. We need to remember that we're dealing with student athletes, and I know that NIL has. Well,
Are we?
Let me go ahead. NIL has sort of changed the landscape, correct? These players are making a ton of money, and it's easy for an 18, 19, 20-year-old kid to lose sight of what is the purpose of going to college. That's we all acknowledge that. But if the colleges need to put a kid in a position to succeed after football. I think that is the purpose of college. Period. Like if you look at it through my lens, the purpose of college football for me was to get me in a position to where I could succeed after football when it's time to hang up the cleats, right? Now, when you tell me that Stanford is going to have their basketball team and their football team jump on planes every weekend to fly to the East Coast.
Chief, tennis too, all the teams.
Well, that's
right.
the thing too.
Well, I'm thinking alligator close to the boat, right?
Wait, alligator okay.
They need to be regional, okay?
Yeah.
Now, if we want it to be regional, Atlantic Coastal Conference, what teams are on the Atlantic coast, or at least within a stone's throw of the Atlantic coast? I think Memphis.
Yeah.
I think Navy. I was going to say Navy. You took the words right out of my mouth. And also, here's going to be the deep cut that you guys are going to call me a moron for saying.
I won't call you moron.
Appalachian State.
I don't hate that at all. I like that.
I mean, you could have a pretty sick conference with like give me Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Give me your big programs from there.
Sounds like a great Atlantic.
Let's go.
And somebody chimed in and said East Carolina. Now, I understand that once we start talking about these sort of second-tier programs, and I'm not going to say Navy's a second-tier program. We're top tier. We are the tier that every team wants to be.
I know that there are some people that are on the chat laughing about that, Jackson. Nobody has any leg to stand on talking any trash about Navy. Navy has perennially won 8+ games every single year, and has played Notre Dame closer than probably most schools would. So
on the surface, that is a tall ask, right? I acknowledge that. But if we want to look at it from a purely geographical standpoint, then you need to look at the teams that are in the area, right? I don't know if Tulane should be an ACC team. I don't know if Miami should be an ACC team. Miami,
well, they could not be. I mean,
Miami strikes me as a Big 10, Big 12 team.
Big 10,
not an ACC team. I know they're on the Atlantic coast. I know they are. Right?
They are. They're actually on the coast. They're actually on the. Aren't they on the Gulf of America?
What if?
No, Miami's on the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, personally, I think all the conferences there needs to be a massive conference realignment, and they need to make a
Appalachian Athletic Conference.
If you want to have
maximum cheese,
if you want to have 4 conferences, you need to have a West Coast conference, you need to have a Gulf Coast conference, an East Coast conference, and a Midwest conference.
Jackson, how do you feel about the Appalachian Athletic Conference? I'm all in. Penn State, Pitt, West Virginia, Virginia Tech, Virginia, UNC. I mean, that would be great. Can you imagine the game day morning hikes that everybody would go on? CJ, I got a question for you. When was the last time you were back at Tech?
I went last year for the Vanderbilt game, but it was the first time I had been back in a long time.
So I do want to issue a public apology. You were in town and Colt was in town, and we didn't get together, and that's on me. I'm gonna own that.
You turn into a celebrity when you
No.
Yes, he does.
It's like impossible to get in touch with you.
Okay, so here's what's crazy.
I drink my beers out of the Sharkies cups, and I see your branding everywhere, but I can't get a hold of you.
Billy Ray's
CJ, if it makes you feel any better, I probably sent more missed calls Billy Ray's way, and we got the same last name. So don't worry about it. It's like trying to catch a squirrel.
This is so crazy. I'm actually putting myself up on the cross, and you're setting the cross on fire. I'm owning the L here. My bad. Will be better moving forward, Jackson. And I did tell you, as the arbiter of the one who owns the phone plan. Okay, the phone thing has been a problem. We're gonna be better with the phone. CJ, next year, Maryland. I'll just break it right now. We're doing an event for the Maryland game. It's gonna be awesome. We're going to rent out a bar. It's going to be we're going to do very similar to the Vanderbilt game.
That's at Maryland, right?
At Maryland in College Park. So you're going to need to figure out a way to be there for that one. But I will be better with that. I have improvements. I have improvements to make. Jackson, real quick, can you run through the names of your cats?
This is Eddie.
After
Eddie Van Halen. And then the other ones are scurrying about. But I got names? Eddie. I got Dwayne, and I got Mary.
There we go. What about Loretta?
Julia, my wife, Julia, has Loretta.
That's right. CJ, what other questions do you have for the gang here?
I have dream guess. Who's your dream guess?
Ooh, like Hokie-related?
Hokie-related, and then just give me one Hokie-related and then one non-Hokie.
I can go first. I'm going to make this happen. And we're in talks. Morgan Wade. I love her music. She loves Virginia Tech. I'm really excited to make that one, to bring that one to fruition. I've been working on that one for literally about a year. And then I would say Michael Vick. We've interviewed some awesome Virginia Tech people. I would say Michael Vick is one that we haven't gotten yet. And I would say Ryan Williams is another one. Like, nobody's talking to Ryan Williams. I haven't heard anything from Ryan Williams in years. I would love to interview Ryan Williams. So those would be my three.
I would say from the Hokies, this is kind of not a cop out, but like it's an easy one, but with Tyrod Taylor, just because when I was like he was the dude when I was growing up. And I feel like he's also a guy, the NFL, like he's had such a substantial NFL career. Every single team he's been on loves him. Yeah. And he's done a lot of cool stuff off the field with different charities, different organizations, with, fashion, stuff like that. Like those are usually, from a number standpoint, the interviews that do really well for us and that we look back on and love. Non-Virginia Tech is kind of tough if I'm going to keep it in a football space. Gosh, that's really, really tough. That's really tough. If anybody.
Give me like the biggest statistician, analytical guy that you'd love to talk to.
Oh, I mean Bill Connolly.
Yeah.
It's just one of the.
I'd love to do Ken Pomeroy.
Ken Pomeroy, Hokie. Ken Pom's a Hokie. That kills two birds with one stone. Yep.
I got one for you.
One of the few Hokie and Wyoming Cowboy combination graduates.
That is a wild combo. Go ahead, Jax.
Captain McCarthy, former Secretary of the Army.
I'm making that one happen, and you're joining me with that one. You know that one. That one's in the works. We're gonna make that one happen.
I know. Hey, whoever's listening, they're gonna hold you to it.
I know it.
Ryan McCarthy, former Secretary of the Army.
Yeah, Josh Pate would be hilarious.
That one's gonna happen.
Chat.
That one's gonna happen. Josh Pate and Adam Brenneman are both on the list. Did he doink it?
Yeah, he doinked it. This kicker's been terrible in the playoffs for them, man. He's been so bad.
Oh my gosh, dude.
What about
it's NSFW, but Joe, CJ, do you remember Scott Leffler yelling at Joey Sly when he missed when we were doing the kicks? Dude, that was so funny.
I remember.
Speaking of which, can we pour one? Can we not even pour one out? Can we pour one up? I mean, Coach Lefty, post Virginia Tech career, pretty pretty unbelievable. I mean,
it's one of the toughest places to win in the country, Bowling Green. State University.
This guy goes to Bowling Green, balls out. This dude's now coaching. With the Eagles. His post tech career.
I was listening to Tom Brady on that Spittin' Chicklets podcast a couple days ago.
Yeah,
he gave Leffler a huge shout out.
Hold on, I will say.
How about
and obviously
Franklin?
he was obviously he was telling the truth. Nobody loved saying that they talked to Tom.
My buddy Tom.
More than Scott Leffler, dude. We would go into a meeting and be like, I was texting Tommy. I texted Tommy and he was telling me. Dude, I know so many coaches are so quotable. Coach Leffler is top 3 quotable coach I've ever had in my life.
I have 2 more.
Go, Jax. You can do whatever you want, dude. You're
Coach Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 3 more. Franklin.
Yep.
Which I think is doable.
What is the question?
I'm talking about, you said top 3 podcasts guests.
Yes. Franklin's on the list. Yeah, we're going to make that happen. Yeah.
Bud Foster.
I mean, we've had Coach Foster on multiple times. We'll have him on again.
Well,
you want to be on it?
I'm talking about like a 2-3 hour face-to-face in the same place.
Rogan, 3 hours?
And also Beamer.
So I will say this. One of the highlights of my life, I got to interview Coach Beamer at the University Club. My biggest bummer. So the video quality is awful. The podcast is great. The audio is great. The video quality is awful. That's my
Do it again.
bummer.
Do it again.
I would like to. I would like to do it again.
Billy, who's your favorite interview so far?
Oh, that's so tough. Well, first of all, let me ask you, because I know you are an avid listener. Because anytime I do shout you out, you do let me know, which I appreciate. What has been some of your favorite interviews? Then I'll rattle off some of my favorites. Or some of your favorite episodes. I'll go first.
Well, this is. I mean, I kind of like when. I don't know. Like I love the interviews, but I love when you or whoever's doing the podcast is just chopping it up.
Then you
get opinions of instead of like asking questions. I'm hearing like your different opinions on who we got that day.
Yeah.
The coaching carousel when that was going on. Like I really enjoyed those podcasts.
For real, CJ, we are going to schedule to do. We got to do like one of my favorite pods was Pete did like a reunion pod where he brought on like 6 or 9 of his friends from college, which was awesome.
Yeah.
But some of my favorites, man, like recently, I mean, Jay Pearson was great. Getting Jay Pearson to come on and talk about like the Franklin search was absolutely fantastic. And then I like go back in time. I very much view like Sons of Saturday kind of like an audible diary of sorts that I have from like so many years. I mean, I've been doing this for 5 or 6 years. Pete's been doing this for as long as I've been alive, basically. I think. How long has it been running, Sam?
This is year 11.
Yeah, I mean the kid, the podcast almost has a driver's license. So I mean some of the ones that I stick out to me was. I was so fired up when we got Camille Schreier the year that she was the first ever Miss America back-to-back years. Like that was big time. Like back in the day, I remember getting David Wilson when folks hadn't heard from David Wilson in like forever. I loved interviewing David Wilson. But the biggest one where I'm like, this one was super cool is getting Bruce Arians the week of the Super Bowl was insane. Pat somehow connected with Bruce Arians on LinkedIn. And we thought like it was a fake LinkedIn profile. Like, no way, this is actually Bruce Arians. And we met and he messaged him and he was like, hey, we'd love to interview you like Super Bowl week. And he got back. He was like, sure thing. Like I got 30 minutes on Thursday. So we're sitting in the Zoom room and this is COVID. Like I have a mustache and I'm wearing like a Scully cap and Bruce Arians shows up on the Zoom link and I guess we're interviewing Bruce Arians. in Breckenridge, Colorado. That was crazy. Like that was one of the cooler moments. Juliana just hit me with David Wright. That one for me,
yeah.
like, so I was walking into the bathroom in section 3, and I was pretty inebriated, and this dude walks by me, and I'm like, yo, my word, that's David Wright. And everyone's like, dude, what's wrong with you? Like, there's no way that's David Wright. I'm like, I promise I know the best third baseman in Mets history when I see him, and that's David Wright. So I, like a creeper, stand directly outside the bathroom, and I'm like, David Wright is gonna walk through these doors, and he's gonna get a hug from me. And he, sure as hell, he walks out of the door, and I'm like, David? Like I'm a 5-year-old. David? He turns around and he goes, yes. I'm like, oh, can I have your email?
Can I have your email?
And to his credit, man, he gave me his email, and that was man, that meant so much to me because my grandfather, like, he always was like, man, when you grow up, like the same character and the same qualities that David Wright has, I want that in you. And to interview David Wright, man, that was really cool. That was probably
I am 30 minutes from Citi Field by subway. You come here for a home stand. I don't think my couch is big enough for you. And that's not a comment on you. That's a comment on the size of my couch.
Yeah.
We'll throw you an air mattress, and we'll subway over some Mets games. If they host the Guards this year.
I got to tell you, you guys having Roger Sherman. Yes, Sam, I do want to do that. We'll find a way to do that. Because Jay, have you been to Mets Stadium once? You went for was that Yankee Stadium where we saw this the fireworks? Yankee Stadium for the fireworks. Mm-hmm. I'd love to get her to Citi Field. We got to make that happen this upcoming year. But Roger Sherman was great for you guys. What about you, Pete? What were some of your favorites?
Good. Yes, I mean, Pete and I don't do as many interviews. I really enjoyed one year. I had the series. I think it was like 2 seasons ago. I had a series called Behind Enemy Lines. Yeah. And what I did with that is I found people who were psychos like we were for the other team. So I'd find a podcast that covered Purdue and a podcast that covered Miami or like Tulane or whatever. And I would just talk to them about, like, what is it like to be a fan of that team? What are your favorite bars to go to? What are your favorite traditions? To like get to know them. And what was really cool about that is I found people who were just as passionate as we were and like had the same connections with a bunch of different schools. And they had crazy traditions that you would never hear of and cool stories.
Dude, the Purdue guys.
Yeah. The Purdue guys were awesome. I mean, the Tulane guys I still talk to today. And like those are ones for me that were really cool because you could feel the passion come through. And it's not like if a guy's a big football player and then does media, like that's kind of, I'm not going to say that's easy, but that's kind of what they're supposed to do. But to see people do this and just kind of do it out of their own passion and their own love for the game. Yeah. That was really cool. So that's been my favorite interviews I've ever done. We should bring some of those back because we have some, as we get some new teams on the schedule.
Friends of the pod. Yeah. Maryland would be fun. I think one of the ones is Turtle Talk or something that Ed and his cousin Jackson. Question for you. Need to know, this one's from, I think, Pete. Need to know who Jackson would want to be the next Indiana. Navy not allowed. Also, Sam, what are you drinking? What did you get from the fridge, Sam?
So we're continuing I've been collecting beers that have been like recommended to me, like Horcruxes and Harry Potter. Like I've been going all around. Got this one. This has
Oh no. Oh no.
Wait.
Jackson, who do you want for the next Indiana? Well,
so
Sam
by next Indiana, I take it to be who do you want to be the next team to sort of come out of the woodwork and go to the national championship?
Yes, correct.
Well, I mean, Navy would be the one.
Yes.
The one thing I love about Indiana, and the one thing I love about the media that's covering this playoffs sort of series that we've had, is the fact that everybody seems to be acknowledging that Indiana has no 5 stars,
Mhm.
also has no 4 stars. That's my understanding, is they don't have any 5 or 4 stars. But what they do have is a great team culture. And
all right. Kirk Herb Jackson.
they're a team.
Yeah.
And I love that. I think football is the greatest team sport in the world. I don't think there's a better team sport you can name. I know that the World Cup that's coming up will probably have more views in one game than the whole college football playoffs combined. I understand that. But when it comes to team sports, I think football is the quintessential team sport. And Indiana is the pinnacle of a team. That's why they're in the national championship. Now, who do I want to be the next Indiana? I mean, okay, I'll say a service academy. I believe that with the nature of college football and the sort of landscape nowadays is it's very fluid. Rosters are fluid. You can pay players to come to your school, and that's fine. I'm all for players getting paid to do really hard things. But I'm for people getting paid to do hard things, doing the work, earning the money, and then getting to show the work that they've done. The work that they've done on the biggest stage. That's awesome. But when you think about the service academies, is they don't have the ability to do that NIL stuff. None of them are getting paid. Yeah, they are going to have a great life if they choose to. If they lean into it, they will have a great life for the next 15 years. And that's has nothing to do with their football ability. But the football at those schools is I'm biased because I played football at one of those schools. But the kids who play football at these service academies, they are not only doing all of the things that warrant that service academy title, that graduation. They're doing all that, but they're also being a part of a team. They're reliant on a group of 20, 30, 40 guys to take them to that next level. They can't do it themselves, right? And they accept that, right? It's part of the deal when you sign up to play at a service academy. It's part of the deal that you're not going to get paid for this. Transferring is going to be a nightmare, and you're going to go hard.
Yeah.
You're going to play your balls off, and it may work out. You may get to the playoffs, or you might not. You never know. So I would say service academies, number one. Navy, Army, Air Force.
Yep.
I would love to see them in the playoffs. I think Navy, let's say we didn't drop one in the regular season, we had a legitimate shot to be in the playoffs this year, and we could have been the Indiana. Army, if they had our season.
We can't run through the scenarios. You got to give me another team. Give me like a Big Ten, SEC. Who was your other pick?
I'll pick an SEC team, Vanderbilt.
Okay, great pick.
I know everybody's coming at Diego Pavia right now. He was my pick to be the Heisman.
Wait, are you about to do a Diego Pavia? Are you about to do a Diego Pavia defense? I got to tell you,
no,
CJ,
I'm not.
CJ, would I be wrong and assume? I feel like you loved Diego Pavia, which is okay. I feel like
I do, except when we played against them.
So
about what I was.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I know this is my first time on a podcast with 3 people.
Dude, you're good.
I'm sorry to talk over you guys, but I would have picked Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's been the whipping child of the SEC for forever, right? And Diego Pavia, whatever. But it would have been pretty damn cool to see them in this position. Now they obviously didn't make it there, obviously, and that's how it should be.
Which
you
is
earn your spot to be in the playoffs. You earn your spot to be in the playoffs, and then through the playoffs, you earn your spot to be in the national championship. They didn't.
Right. So, CJ, I don't know if you remember, but I was telling this story for anybody who wasn't at the Vanderbilt Virginia Tech game. I knew that we were in trouble when Diego Pavia ran out before his team during Enter Sandman. And he literally, during Enter Sandman, ran down and was shaking his head maniacally, yes.
Yeah.
To the entire – I knew it was a Rappington. I don't think that there's another person who has done more damage to the Virginia Tech logo in 2 years than Diego Pavia. I know at face value that sounds like a pretty like hyperbolic statement. I can't name another person who's done more damage in 2 years than Diego Pavia. Can you?
No, I agree. I remember walking out of that game, and I had never seen like
despondent, dude. It felt like every Virginia Tech fan got kicked squarely in the nuts.
It felt like whatever was happening, like the era, like it was over. That was
our podcast episode. Our podcast episode was "It's so over." That was.
I think we had Rock Bottom Part 4 published on the website. Like, that was not great. That was not great. I do apologize. I went black there for a sec.
Yeah. No, it's okay,
I got a massive fire hazard behind me with all these cords. But to answer the beer question before we move on here, and I think we're about 10 minutes away from the second half starting or something like that.
Yeah.
The Sips of Sunshine from Lawson's. It was brewery recommended to me by a bartender here in New York. They're out of Vermont. This is delicious. This IPA is delicious. This is fucking unbelievable. Like I'm so glad I found this one.
First of all, I just do have to say Nick Saban, unbelievable tie out of him today. CJ, best drink in Blacksburg, and then Jackson, best drinking hole in Annapolis, Maryland. CJ,
best drink in Blacksburg.
Give me an underrated one though. Don't say like Rail. Don't say like Long Island iced tea.
No, well, I was gonna say Long Island, but I usually just drank Red Bull vodka. That's literally what I drank all the time. I didn't really. I wasn't a big specialty. I did get the Long Island. Unpopular opinion. I had the Rail. I had two Rails one time. I didn't have them again. So I think I've only had 2 in my career, and they put me on my back, and
I'll put you down.
I swear those are the only 2 I had in my college career, but I don't have like a specialty drink. I was a Red Bull vodka, vodka Red Bull, however you like to say it. RBV.
I'll own it. In college, yes, I drank a lot of beer at the pregame, but when I was out, I kind of drank like a white chick, like a lot of cranberry vodka, a lot of RBVs, like
lemon drops.
Like lemon drops, green tea shots.
Yeah.
What was the other one? The trash can at Big Al's was really good. Like, that's going to get clipped and taken out of context here. I enjoyed my Busch Light and my Miller Light and all of that. But when I went out, it was very much like white chicks drinks.
100%.
Jackson, what about you? What is the best drinking hole in Annapolis?
I got 2. Heroes. They got good. It's called Heroes.
Heroes?
Yeah, they got good cold Budweiser there, and then
cold Budweiser. I can't imagine that's hard to come by in the United States.
And then the obvious one is Acme.
Yeah, the me.
Acme. That's the one for us. Stan and Joe's is a good one, and then I loved Ram's Head, and also I loved Davis. Cold.
So you said you were giving me 2. You gave me about 6.
Well, I lived there, dude. Like
that is true. Sam, did you have any other questions? I'll be honest. It's the first half. I have finished a bottle of wine, so I have cut.
Well, don't break the bottle of wine.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Giuliano.
You should
infamously tough to clean up.
You should see the 2 laser eyes that I'm getting from the left.
I got a question.
Go ahead, bro.
What's up, Jackson?
What was Juliana's favorite drinking hole in Blacksburg?
Jay, I'm going to pass you the mic. What was your favorite place to drink in Blacksburg?
It was Tots, and it was always a Grateful Dead.
Grateful Dead from Tots. So basically like a JV version of the Rail.
Why you gotta
a better tasting version of the Rail?
That it is a better tasting version. You just heard me say that I had no problem with drinking like a white girl in Blacksburg, so that wasn't a backhanded comment whatsoever.
I did a lot of my friend group was big on get to Hokie House early for the happy hour, get a little table in the corner, get a dartboard going, maybe a game of billiards, and you would do like the doubles were like $5 when I was a junior and senior. and you would just do double rum and Coke, double vodka
okay.
soda, double and you just hammer that, and then you're good. You're solid.
Two things. The three things this is taking me back to. Best memory of my life from Hokie House in college was the West Virginia game. I had medically DQ'd at that point. That game, I watched that game at Hokie House. That was unbelievable. Number 2, 90s night at Hokie House. Unbelievable. Like all-time good time. And number 3, CJ, I've thought about this a couple of times. It's like that, who did you think you were moment of college? I don't know what about it made me think that I was like the man.
Yeah.
But some of those moments were at Hokie House being like, you know, it would be really cool. I'm going to go get a Jazz wood tip black and mild over at 7-Eleven. I'm going to smoke it at Hokie House. And I'm going to be the coolest guy ever. And I probably didn't look like the coolest guy ever, but damn if I didn't feel like it when I was at Hokie House. Jazz black and mild. Dude.
Black and mild for elite. I'm not gonna lie. That was the only thing I ever smoked. Black and mild. Not that I smoked them a lot. I didn't, but like
no, but it was almost like a novelty. It was kind of like finding
I'll tell you
Pokemon
something.
Go when you find a Pikachu on Pokemon Go. That's kind of what it was like.
Something even more unhealthy from 7-Eleven is
more unhealthy. Oh, okay.
Yeah. My friends and I had a good friend of mine who lived on Center for 2 years, and we would travel back to Center and get some 7-Eleven taquitos. Oh. And those are for sure worse for you than a black and mild.
So good. Okay. Those are so
Royal
good.
Farms fried chicken is pretty bad for you.
Royal Farms fried chicken. I'll tell you what, if you're doing the drive from anywhere in Virginia, if you go up Eastern Shore to get up here in New York, Royal Farms is everywhere. There's more salt in that chicken.
A lot of Rofo.
Than in the Dead Sea in Israel. It is unbelievable.
Salt Lake City and Blacksburg. I know we're coming up on the start of the second half, but Jackson, let's end it this way. What are y'all most excited about in 2026? What goals do we have? What are we most excited about coming up in 2026? I did say Jackson.
All right, so Navy going undefeated and winning the national championship, and also I want to say a fella that I did not directly coach, but that was a part of the team that I coached for when I was down here in Florida. Caden Hall at Florida.
Let's go.
He early enrolled over there. DJ Lagway just transferred out. Caden Hall, he was a safety recruit. He played quarterback for us at Milton, and he wasn't a pocket passer. Like obviously, he was not a pocket passer, but you'll be hard pressed to find a better teammate than Caden Hall and he's now going to be playing at Florida, and he'll kill it. He'll kill it. He
sounds like you need to be getting some tickets to Florida, and you and me need to be going to Gainesburg.
I'm be out of here in a couple of months. You know that
game, Billy Ray. That'd be great.
Yeah, I can't. I'll tell you what. I'll never forget this, Jackson. Jackson trying to gift Maywood shorts at the Florida State games was unbelievable. CJ, what are your New Year's resolutions, man? What are you most excited for in 2026?
Not New Year's resolutions, but most excited, James Franklin to lead us to the national championship, and Jeff Hafley, new Miami Dolphins.
Dude, I forgot. How did we wait until this long? How do you feel about that?
It's a boring hire.
I'd say.
But I don't know. It's very boring, but I'm not going to knock it until I don't know. He's leading us to the playoffs, so that's what I'm looking forward to. Jeff Hafley, Coach of the Year. James Franklin, Coach of the Year. Both my teams are finally back.
CJ, I am going to call you on the phone in the next 24 hours. We are due for a catch up.
Yeah,
we're going to figure out what game we're going to go to this year, and the Hollywood rumors got to stop because I don't feel Hollywood, but obviously on this segment. I've been exposed a little bit. I got to be better, and I will be better. And Jackson, I have paid you my share of the T-Mobile bill, so we should be all squared away on that. and
Well,
I'll be better on the pickup.
I got one more thing I'm excited to see. Well, two more. Virginia Tech. Yes, I should have said that because I'm on a Virginia Tech podcast. My offensive line coach at Navy is now the head coach at Virginia Military Institute.
Yes. We're playing against them in week 1.
Coach Ashley Ingram.
Yes.
And I love that dude. That man. I'll take a bullet for him today.
You don't have to do that, but yeah.
I'll take two for him today.
Yep.
All right. I hope that his team shows up week 1.
I don't.
Like physically is in Blacksburg.
I hope they're there
and is ready to roll. And I hope I hope that that's a hell of a game.
I
don't pick a winner.
I don't hope it's a game, but I wish him all the best in all 11 other games.
The VMI is lucky to have Coach Ingram.
I am happy to hear it, and you will be on the VMI preview. CJ Carroll, love you, bro. Good to see you. Jackson, love you, bro. Good to see you. Appreciate y'all joining us, and we'll catch up soon. JLM will be in Blacksburg for the Jackson. Can we get you in Blacksburg for a game this year, please?
You know my situation. It's a little dynamic, okay? It's a little dynamic.
It's a little dynamic. It's crazy.
Okay,
Jackson, you gotta.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. When's the next time can I see my wife? Much less the Virginia Tech football game. All right.
On that note, guys, have a good night.
See you guys.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
We'll talk soon.
See you, bro.
See ya.
Thank you for having us, Frankie. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing all right.
Oh my goodness!
What's going on, fellas?
Unbelievable showing from JLM and CJ. Wow.
Can you hear me, fellas?
I can.
All right, sweet. Awesome. By the way, so I guess CJ's a Miami Dolphins fan?
Yes, he is.
Okay. If he's never been to Solly's in DC, Miami Dolphins bar, one of my favorite dive bars in the city, and it would go off for Dolphins games. So if he's ever there, he should check it out.
It's funny that he's a Dolphins fan because he would be talking about it, and everyone's like, dude, I don't understand why you like the Dolphins. Nobody else cares about the Dolphins. Just kind of
But then
is what it is.
That's kind of cool that Isaiah played there for a little while.
Yeah,
it is kind of cool
with the Dolphins. That's
and I don't know if people noticed. I didn't want to blow up his spot, but on around Christmas, he was in the video where the Chicago Bears players were exchanging gifts. So I actually don't know if he's like coaching or if he's on the practice squad or what his situation is, but he is in the wide receiver room for the Bears.
Interesting. All right, let me add this guy to the screen. Brian Siegla from the Boundary Corner podcast. Brian, thank you for coming on. He's our first third quarter guest. It's the third quarter kicked off. In fact, there was just a sack by Miami in this game.
Miami's defense is playing at a championship level right now. I'm going to take a little break here while we got some people in the queue, and I will be back in a few minutes.
Sounds good, Sam.
I need some points here, fellas. I need some points.
How you doing, Brian?
Man, I'm doing great. Watching this game has been interesting. I mean, it feels like, Miami's defense is playing well, but like by and large, it seems like Indiana's really playing the way Miami normally plays to win football games. It's kind of the reversal of fortunes here a little bit.
Yeah, they need points. The icing of their own kicker, perhaps, that happened in the first half might have been a mistake.
If you're calling that timeout, you better go for it. You can't call that timeout and then kick. You better have already made that decision before you call that timeout.
I mean, that's Mario, right? Like that's what people are going to say anyway, is like, Mario, what are you doing? Like his in-game at times ineptitude that he's known for over the years kind of showed up right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny that we're still talking about this. Like you would think at this point, this level, the guy would have figured it out
to the natty, right?
Yeah. Maybe you figure it out before you get here, but I don't know.
But you know what? We saw a little bit of it just last round. In that Ole Miss game, it wasn't the cleanest coached game, and they almost found a way to end up on the other side. But they have gotten 2 wins in a row, and he is, beating those allegations to an extent. And if he comes up with this win, then yeah, he will. But like, it's not. When you watch Kirk Cignetti's team, it's clean and there's like they do not beat themselves.
No, it's a well coached, a very well coached team, and I think the thing that when you watch Indiana play, they're never out of place. They don't do the little things poorly. They always take care of the little things, and Cignetti doesn't make a ton of coaching errors as the game goes along. So you're not going to steal a bunch of points from him that way. He's not going to leave a bunch of points on the field. Meanwhile, Miami's kind of going the other direction where they're kind of like they're throwing that front seven at you defensively and saying, we're going to do this. We're going to try to run the football, advantage the clock, and hope that our players are better than your players up front. And on defense, they've done pretty well with that. On offense, it hasn't been the case. They have not been able to control time of possession at all.
Oh, are they going to get him again? Oh, another sack on Mendoza. And that was a deep one if you guys are just a couple minutes behind, or a couple seconds behind. This is the recipe, right? You have to get after Mendoza. You have to, then they've done it. And there's been a lot of physical play in this game. And in the secondary, the refs are kind of letting them play. And it's been fun because I kind of like that. I want to see these guys play. And even on that play, it looked like Bain was getting held a little bit. He still got in there. All right. Well, let's start with a question for Brian. We got another guest coming on shortly here in Robert Irby. But let's ask Brian this first. For people who might not always listen to the Boundary Corner and know the great work that you guys do over there, I need to get your opinion on this new era of Virginia Tech football. What were your thoughts on the pursuit of James Franklin? Like, were you more of like in BRM's camp where you want him here, like he's your number one candidate, or did you have reservations about going after him?
For me personally, he was probably in our top, my top 2 or 3 candidates. When we first had the firing, I was like, maybe let's look at some other established coaches because I wasn't sure what was going on with Franklin. Then once he kind of came open, I was like, all right, well, he's definitely in my big 3 here. And looking at all of that, it just kind of made a lot of sense from Virginia Tech's standpoint. I mean, he already recruits heavily in the footprint. He's familiar with some of the folks down here, obviously from recruiting, from part of his staff being down here. And he's been around the game for a while, so he knows what it takes at Virginia Tech to be successful from a football standpoint. So, those things kind of made sense for me. I know our board Tally had Franklin at the top of the list, really the whole way through there. But I think I was kind of weighing a couple other folks. Whether it was taking a stab at a Chesney, whether it was maybe getting some veteran guys that may or may not still be at other landing spots at this point. I was kind of open to what was out there, but the further it went along, I was kind of in the Franklin or bust camp, and I'm glad that we were able to close that out, get that done, and that he was able to hit the ground running, both from a recruiting standpoint and then once the portal opened up here.
And I'm assuming that since it's happened, you haven't changed your mind whatsoever. It might have even cemented it, because how have you felt so far about the James Franklin experience?
Yeah, I think it's been it's definitely solidified my feelings on it being a good hire for Virginia Tech. Just when you look at the way he came in, I think a lot of guys are able to win the press conference. I don't think you could have won the press conference more than Franklin did, kind of coming out of the gate. And then from there, the way you close out the 26 class, the way you hit the ground running in the transfer portal, and really when you look at what he's doing, it's kind of twofold, right? So he recognized, obviously, at this point that trenches, in particular offensive line, where the biggest holes were on this team in 2025. You address that really heavily with the way the 26 class closed out. You're seeing that getting a pretty good focus here in the transfer portal. And if you're not winning the trenches, it's going to be hard to do anything else, offensively or defensively. So
yeah, it's so
focusing
true
on the trenches is definitely a focus for Franklin. And the other thing I like that he's doing with the portal is that this isn't a one-time dip situation. He's going out there and getting guys for the most part that have 2 or 3 years of eligibility remaining. So he's not only just filling out the roster, but he's filling out the roster in a way that makes recruiting and working the transfer portal next year a whole lot more palatable.
Yeah, it definitely seems that we are planning for the future. And one thing I loved, and you kind of hinted at it there with the offensive line or just the line play in general, he realized at the beginning of his tenure at Penn State, he had no offensive line. And it went on for a number of years, and Christian Hackenberg suffered because of it. And I think he is clearly trying to right that wrong based on just the volume of whether it's high school or now I think we're at 4 in the portal. Plus, if you look at the roster, Sam, like we've kept a lot of guys from last year.
Yeah, and I'm just going to start with I look terrible in this lighting right now. I look like I drank 20 shots tequila, but we got a big run. We got a touchdown Miami here.
We got a game, baby.
Finally, this game's been terrible. This has been a terrible football game.
I don't know if I'd say terrible. There's been some good physical play going on.
It's been really. I tweeted something out a little bit earlier. It felt like a big Champions League or World Cup game where both teams are kind of parking the bus a little bit, waiting for the other team to make the mistake. That's kind of what it's felt like. But Mark Fletcher is a phenomenal football player, and
he's had so many long runs in this playoff.
So good for him.
Miami on the board, 10-7 Indiana.
Yeah, 11 incoming offensive linemen via the transfer portal or the recruiting class. And I think it is one of those things where it's like Virginia Tech had 2 straight offensive line coaches that didn't want to recruit.
Yep.
And you had 3 consecutive high school classes that had 1 or 2 legitimate offensive lineman recruits. And Brian, I don't know if you know this, but you play 5 offensive linemen at a time. And so
at least
you're running into a numbers issue at some point here. And I think it's definitely the position that is not only the most in need, but it's definitely the hardest to get as well. So it's good to just bring in some numbers.
It takes the longest.
Yeah. I mean, these guys, Sergio was talking about it. He's like, you got to live in the weight room. You either have to be ordained by God to be a left tackle,
which he was. I mean, he had all the he played right away. So he's not the best example of having to wait your turn.
But there's not a Dwayne Browns don't just show up. Right. There are very few humans on earth who at 18 years old are that big, that strong, and can move.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean tackle in particular, and I think when we look at the under recruiting that was done by the previous 2 offensive line coaches, in particular, the tackle position was the most under recruited, whether it was high school or transfer portal. We were not able to hammer home a lot of tackles, and even the guys we were bringing in the portal were more like swing guys or GTs, guys that could play guard or tackle. They weren't a true, you could put him out there on the left tackle today and start him and feel comfortable. There was none of that. You had guys like Cunningham coming over that it played some tackle, played some guard, could really kind of do both. We're just starting to see guys that are coming in that are, true tackles. I mean, think about Howland. I mean, Howland is a left tackle, prototypical type build there, good feet, good size out the gate. I think that's what you're looking for. And that's why guys that play early at tackle are usually guys that are already hovering around 300 pounds coming in and have really good feet.
Yeah.
Because if you can't move, you can't play tackle.
I want to come back to that in a second, but I want to bring in our other guest for the third quarter, Robert Irby from the Sports Business Journal, frequent guest and friend of the pod. Robert, how you doing, man?
I'm great, man. How are you guys?
We're doing good. You enjoying the game?
I didn't enjoy that touchdown as a Indiana -7.
I did not either.
7.5 ticket holder, but
you guys are both on the Indiana cover. I see. Okay.
Yeah, you guys need to go and Amari Farrell owes you money on that one because that
yeah, my God,
that fit by the safety was pretty awful.
Oh no!
It was.
Oh no! Seeing the replay now. Poor number one is running around. I mean, this is hey, if you are an NFL GM, we feel like
Lord
Mendoza's going to
almighty.
be picked 1-1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Buddy, NFL quarterbacks, here's what they do. Your team just gave up a big touchdown, 3-point game. What are you going to do? A franchise quarterback leads his team down to get
counterpunch.
points.
Yeah.
Here you go, Fernando.
Unless you're Josh Allen. But that's a different story. No, I'm just kidding. I kid.
I saw a thing today where it was like, of teams to have won a playoff game in 5 straight years, all of them have won multiple Super Bowls except for the Buffalo Bills.
How does Brandon Bean still have a job, though, by the way?
Yeah, they fired McDermott, which is like, it's kind of sad, right? I mean, he had such a good run there, and I don't know. I get it. Someone's got to, I guess, like put their head on the chopping block for this, but damn, it's kind of wild to see him fired. And Harbaugh and Tomlin all in the same.
I mean, they got like
period of
Buffalo. The thing with Buffalo, though, is they've brought in no talent from the draft offensively.
Oh, dude, I saw that.
Their
stat.
draft is terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they have like 56 draft picks since Allen was drafted, and only 2 of them have made Pro Bowls.
2.
Yeah.
That's
Their
wild.
defense has gotten worse.
Oh, well,
they've let a lot of guys walk.
They
defensively.
let one of our boys walk,
Yeah.
and Tremaine Edmonds, who had a nice little run in the playoffs. Anyway, let's get back to the Hokies. Rob, we were asking Brian about Franklin, and I want to move over to the portal with you. Let's say transfer over. Let's do that. How's it looked from your vantage point? What Coach Franklin has done in the portal, is it exceeded expectations, just met them? Is this what you thought he would do?
I would say that it's different than what my expectations were, but I think that my expectations were irrational, if that makes sense. I'm choosing to be self-aware here. I think I expected a lot more immediate impact coming from the portal. You know, I mean, like a vast majority, I mean, almost all of the players coming in have multiple years of eligibility left. And ultimately, like, that's a good thing, because if you build a team out of 1-year mercenaries, like eventually that's just not going to work. So I think it's good. It makes me like maybe a little hesitant of like, okay, what's 2026 going to look like? But 2027 on, like he is basically filling all of the holes that our previous staff failed to fill with their recruiting classes, right? Like he's rebuilding the 2024 class, the 2025 class, and now like basically rebuilding this program almost retroactively, if that makes sense.
That's a really, I never thought of it like that. Like we're kind of going back in time and just like creating a new 24 and 25 class.
Yeah. And I think that to touch on the point y'all were talking about before I got on about the offensive line play, I do love that they are emphasizing, you know, these behemoths, these tackles, because I feel like, you know, and I'm really kind of just echoing what you were saying, Brian, but like kind of recruiting from outside in, like going tackle and then potentially moving them inside versus going the opposite way is just way more practical, because you'd much rather have an oversized guard than an undersized tackle, you know? And like, I even think about like the Eagles last year, Pete, like taking Mekhi Becton, who was one of the largest tackles ever drafted, and putting him at right guard. And
he was unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, exactly. they was a reclamation project, and that's something I wanted to ask Brian about, because of the size we're going after. Is what Robert's saying, like, is that correct? Can you take these tackles that maybe don't work out at that position and then move them inside? Is that easy? That's obviously got to be easier than going the other way, right?
It's a lot easier going the other way, especially if they are guys that can move well, both footwork in pass pro, but also kind of east-west when you talk about the pull game, because your guards are going to have more to do in that trap game, that pull game, you know, any sort of pin and pull concepts. You know, that's where that type of athleticism comes into play for a guard. You know, even in like, you know, the screen game, depending on what the call is there. if guys are already athletic and they can do those things at tackle, it makes moving down a lot easier. It's not for everybody because it's a different type of movement, but generally, guys that have that quick in a phone booth type footwork can make it work moving down to guard where it's a little bit more lateral.
And I don't really see a way that this roster's not going to have to do that because of the amount of tackles we just brought in. I feel like of the 11 Sam was talking about, I feel like 9 of them are tackles, or at least listed. I don't know like what, where they end up, but so many of them are tackles that some of them are going to have to play guard or maybe even center. I don't know how that works exactly.
We were absolutely tackle deficient.
Well, that's true.
If we just look at, like, we had Aiden Lynch playing way too many snaps last year. That should not have happened. Not only because he wasn't ready, both skill set wise or otherwise, but we shouldn't have been in a position where our third tackle off the first guy off the bench in a tackle position is a redshirt freshman. That should not have been a situation that we were in, and that's what we faced last year for the majority of the season, and it really put us in a position where even when we were mostly healthy, we weren't great on the offensive line, but as soon as we had one injury at tackle, the play went from here to here really quickly.
Yeah, that's a good point. And, let's move over to the other pieces of the transfer portal class and the biggest piece, and that's Ethan Grunkemeyer, the quarterback. Sam and I have done a lot of talking about Ethan Grunkemeyer, but not since it actually happened that he committed to the program. How does he stack up over the past 15 years of Hokie quarterbacks in your head, Robert?
I mean, I don't know. It's such a hard question to ask because I don't want to get ahead of myself. I think Grunkemeyer, in terms of potential, has the potential to be the best Hokie quarterback since Gerard. Is that saying a lot? No. I think his arm talent is really, really good. The thing that concerns me, there's two concerns I have. One, he's not mobile, and so the offensive line still is pretty young, and so if they're not able to protect him, then I'm getting a little worried about how well he's going to be able to protect himself. And then, if you look at some of those advanced numbers that he has, his EPA per dropback, like all those advanced numbers are really, really good. The only thing that concerns me is his average depth of target was very low, like one of the lowest in the country. In other words, like he didn't have to throw it deep much at all. And so he was very efficient at what he was doing, which is a lot of dink and dunk short passes. But if he does need to air it out, we just don't know if he's going to be good.
Yeah.
I love the arm talent. I think the potential is really, really high.
The accuracy.
The accuracy is great. And he's got a lot of traits that you really like. So I guess to answer your question, yeah, I feel pretty good about it.
Well, I want to ask Brian, our identity as Virginia Tech has always kind of revolved around a dual threat quarterback when we've been good. How does it feel to be bringing in a guy that maybe doesn't give you that dual threat? And Sam, I want your opinion after Brian.
Yeah, it does give me a little bit of pause, and I say that when I was a full-throated, I thought Ethan Grunkemeyer should be the quarterback that we target in the portal, mainly because I don't like having to go out and get a new quarterback every year. And we had a guy that showed a lot of potential in his first year as a starter once he kind of took over there during the Iowa game. And so I was all for that. At the same time, to your point, this is a school historically, dual threat quarterbacks thrive here. We haven't seen a ton of guys that are pocket passers truly thrive. They've had good seasons, but they haven't been, some of our better seasons overall, especially when you look back at guys that were pocket passers for the duration of a season versus kind of a split situation that we had with Tyrod and Sean there. So I think it's going to be interesting. And to your point, the offensive line is going to be a concern. Looking at his, he's not a statue per se, but he's a guy that can, like, I think, scramble enough to get out of trouble, but he's not a guy that's going to, like, burn you for 15 or 20 yards because you called a zero blitz and now all of a sudden he's going to, scrape up the field for 15 or 20 yards before you have a chance to realize he's out of the backfield. He's not that guy. You're not going to see a lot of design runs with this guy either, but he is a guy that I think has enough wiggle where if he gets into trouble, he can turn it into, a short loss, few yard gain, keep you, on track from a down and distance perspective. And hopefully not take too many hits along the way.
Yeah, you don't have to be a full dual threat to use your mobility to your advantage and make the right decisions. And I think that's kind of what we might be getting in Ethan Grunkemeyer. Sam, do you think it's like not playing to the advantage of college football to not have a dual threat quarterback, or do you think
I don't think so. I think in the history of football, the key offensively has been get the ball to your best players. And unfortunately for Virginia Tech, sometimes those quarterbacks who are dual threats, who you want to run, they aren't great at just getting the ball to their best players. Something I think Gerard Evans was uniquely great at was the ability to be a distributor while also, hey, if we just need to run QB power, let's go run QB power. Those are very few and far between, and that's what had such a special 2016 season. I think if you see how Virginia Tech is building the roster now, you see the offense they want to have, you see what they want to do, it's very much going to be about, hey, quarterback, hand the ball off, roll out, get it to your tight ends, get it to your playmakers when you can. We don't need you to be Superman. We need you to be like, who's like Captain Falcon or something like that. Like who's one of the mid Avenger? Like who's he like a mid Avenger?
Well, Captain Falcon's
a Hawkeye,
Super Smash Brothers, but
Hawkeye. There we go. Captain Falcon is.
I was thinking of Super Smash Brothers, but yes, Hawkeye is the one.
Falcon is the new Captain America, so I guess
that's true.
Yeah, I guess that works.
Okay,
but like you don't need we don't need Iron Man. We don't need Thor. Like you need to just do your job. And I think Grunkemeyer coming in with that knowledge already and saying, this is what I'm going to run. That's what you need. Because if you look at the next level in the NFL, there's like one Lamar Jackson. And then there's what we're seeing out of Drake May and what he's been able to do this year. What we saw out of like Caleb Williams, even when he's making plays, it's like, okay, I got two tight ends that are good. How do I get it to them? I got two running backs that are good. How do we get them involved? Yep. That's how, I'm sorry, but what a punt. Holy cow.
I mean, did you see the physical play on that last one where Surratt almost caught that ball, but like he was
they're not throwing flags.
They're not throwing flags.
That's really hurting Indiana because Indiana hasn't had I got to look this up. And let me refresh the live advanced stats. We only have 3 explosive plays in this whole game. 2 for Miami, 1 for Indiana. Indiana is just offensively looks out of ideas. I mean, they have no pass blocking anymore.
And their wide receivers aren't very good at getting separation either. Like they're all like jump ball guys or yards after catch guys, but they're ultimately just like not getting open.
Yeah. But to put a bow on the Grunkemeyer conversation, I think it's great because Virginia Tech can do what they do best, which is run the ball and play defense under him. We're not going to win ACC titles trying to score 40 points a game.
Well, and the other thing is, Sam, instead of the problem with having a dual threat quarterback where he may be your best player and the best, get the ball in your hands, your playmaker happens to be him, is that it leads to Hendon Hooker getting banged up in every single season that he was here, and that's right. Drones getting banged up all the time. If you can pass the ball to Quayshawn Brown and Aiden Green, and then, run the ball with our stable of running backs and keep everyone upright, the tight end usage and that it'll make a huge difference. And it's not that I don't like Michael Vick, best season of Virginia Tech history because he was an amazing dual threat. And I think in the college game, there is something special about having a running quarterback. But if you have a 69% passer, which is nice, that works. That works too.
Yeah. And think about it, like how many times last year we've talked about, man, like we'd love to see Aiden Green get more touches. We'd love to see Benji Gosnell get more touches. We'd love to see, you know, if Chance Wiggins and Keelan Brody Adams get healthy and all that stuff. Queso Brown, our new guy from Duke. Queso Brown. Like, you can't do those if you run a QB sweep to the right. Those guys don't touch the ball that play. And you only have a finite amount of plays in a game. You got to get the ball to these guys. And right now, like I'd say on this offense, your two best playmakers are Aiden Green and Marcellus Hawkins. How many, how do we get those guys that combined 30 touches a game? How do we do that? We're not going to do
It's the Jalen Lane problem, right? Like we needed to get the ball to Jalen Lane.
Exactly. Great example.
Hopefully we can do that going forward. Brian, outside of quarterback and maybe even offensive line, because we talked about it, what else about this portal class are you liking? Like, what have you seen that you're like, okay, I like that we're addressing this?
Well, other than the snafu with admissions, I did like what we were trying to do with getting guys to rush the passer in the building. Obviously, that's still been a focus. You know, we saw them, you know, pivot to the kid from West Virginia.
Yes.
So there's been a big focus on protecting the quarterback, rushing the passer. Yeah, I like what we're doing from a defensive line perspective. I think, you know, you see Coach Chaos is kind of putting his footprint on that defense pretty early. When we look at areas that I would like to see maybe a little bit more work, I'd like to see probably one more linebacker in the building. And I'd like to maybe see another safety. I know we haven't really, we're just starting to maybe get a safeties coach rounded out.
Yeah, we need a coach.
We'll see how that shapes out. But yeah, I was thinking we were going to probably bring one safety in and maybe push one of the guys that so far is still on the roster out. I haven't seen that. So we'll see if we end up standing pat at that position or whether we move forward. But you know, just overall, the trench work on both sides of the football has been impressive for me, both from the retention of the key guys like Copeland, like Emmett Laws, and then from what the work they've done in the portal. That's been really impressive for me, because if we're not winning the trenches, we're not winning. That's where it begins and ends.
You are 100% right on that. And then when it comes to the linebacker thing too, part of the reason I don't think we've seen so many linebackers is because we are bringing Chambers and Spencer back.
Yep.
However, Rob, I'm not sure I see a middle linebacker there. Like, I'm wondering who's going to be our starting middle linebacker.
I mean, I guess it's Keon Wiley.
That's my thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. And that he is coming from the portal.
And he is a veteran. I mean, he's a veteran presence. So at least you would hope that. I mean, I don't know. Like, or maybe Caleb Spencer slides inside. I have no idea. I think you do need a veteran presence regardless. And those are kind of the only two options.
Holy shit.
I'm very much behind. So I'm just going to react to this in real time. All right. We've got a punt. Oh, let's go, Sam. Let's go.
It's a blocked punt for Indiana. Touchdown, Indiana.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's
cry about
brutal.
it, Mario.
That's lazy. Brutal. That's lazy.
Yeah, man. You can't have that. You can't have that.
Not at that position. Holy crap.
That was awesome.
Man.
Big play. I do wonder if Terry Wiggins,
oh shit, I'm on mute.
Terry Wiggins will get some run at linebacker.
Sam's been talking.
No. Robert's out here with like, hey, this freshman's going to get some run. I'm just yelling about my bets. Sorry. Robert, go on with your actual.
I thought you were just mouthing to me.
No.
Yeah, Terry Wiggins. I don't know. Could he get in there? Gabe Williams. Like, I think, and this is kind of how I feel about the portal class as a whole. What I'm most excited about is the pass catchers as well. But for all these positions, it's let's take a bunch of young guys, throw them all at the wall and see who sticks, right? And it's both players we've retained and new players. Like, I think in terms of just pure blue chip talent, this is the best group, most talented group of pass catchers we've had probably ever, right? Like there's so many 4-star wide receivers on the roster currently.
I see what you're saying.
That's
you mean
what
just talent. Yeah.
Yeah, and tight ends, right? Like Luke Reynolds was a 5-star coming out of high school, and then Benji was also a high 4. Like it's, obviously
Matt Henderson.
not all those guys are going to pan out that way,
Yeah.
but like you hope a few do, I guess.
Yeah. If you combine the tight ends and the Brody Adams and the Aiden Green and Quayshawn Brown,
Chance
you're
Wiggins.
right. It's Chance Wiggins. It's a lot. It is a lot of talent at the pass catching positions, and we may have a quarterback that can actually get them the ball, which is the most exciting part.
I want to see him, to your earlier point, like I want to see him be the point guard. You know what I mean? Like just get the ball where it needs to be. Like you don't, like Sam said, I don't know if it's a basketball analogy, like we don't need you to be LeBron James. We want you to be Chris Paul. You know what I mean? And just get the ball where it needs to go.
Yeah. I was incoherently blabbering into the void right there while my microphone was on mute. I did play some Miami money line like 3 drives ago because I thought it was priced really, really high at 280. I thought that was too high for a field goal game. Obviously, it's not a field goal game right now. I didn't hedge. I only placed 1 unit on it. But, man, Beck is 8 of 15 right now. Running play action right now. He's got time in the pocket. He's scrolling. Now he is 9 of 16.
A little dinking and dunking going on.
Like
stinky.
Somebody throw the ball downfield, man.
Yeah,
I know. They can do that. Like we saw this. I think it was the Ole Miss game where it's like, God, this team's boring, and then all of a sudden they weren't boring.
Hand up, they could have thrown for 500 yards against Virginia Tech.
No,
they ran 4 plays the whole game.
I want to actually let's move off of Virginia Tech. I want to talk about the playoff in general as we're kind of watching this and the quarter's closing out here. We appreciate Brian's time and Robert's time as we're moving through the third. The 16-team playoff possibility that the Big Ten has proposed with a promise of 24. How are you guys, Brian? Like, what's a good number for you? Where would you want this to stop?
It should stop right where it is.
Okay.
In my opinion, it should stop right where it is. I think that there are more tweaks to the format that I would do than any sort of like full overhaul of what we're doing. I'd like to see more home games. I'd like to see us start the playoffs earlier so that you're getting those semifinal matchups on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Those are really the tweaks that I
like move it all up.
Move it all up, and really the first 2 rounds having home games kind of throughout there. Really just, that semifinal being where it finally pivots to a bowl atmosphere.
Yeah, I get behind that for sure.
Beyond that, I think we saw with the Tulane and JMU thing, just going with the highest conference champions maybe isn't the way that it's going to go going forward, both from any of the P4 conferences. I think is going to have a hard time signing on for that after this. Obviously any Notre Dame vote is going to go against that. So, but I really kind of like the way, numbers wise, I think you're not going to see much more than 12 deserving teams every year. I think we just got to get better at getting the right teams in there. And I think that the committee has done a pretty poor job of kind of sorting out those final teams, especially when you look at the way the Alabama Notre Dame decision went in this year. Obviously, some of that got handcuffed because of the situation with Duke beating UVA and all the way the ACC shook out. That created an extra wrinkle this year. But I think just 12 seems to be the right number for me. I don't think you're going to see another, many more teams beyond that are going to have a legitimate chance of making a deep run beyond those 12 teams.
I like 12 as a good number from like a competition standpoint. The buy thing is a little wonky, and I don't think 2 years of data is enough. particularly when we had bad seeding in the first year in terms of deciding, okay, buys are bad. Like we can't decide that buys are bad just yet, but it'd be nice to just get rid of them and get more home games, as you were kind of talking about. Like 16 is nice because it just would mean a clean 8 home games round 1. And it's a 16-team bracket, no buys, 8 home games. Like that sounds amazing to me. Robert, how do you feel about the number of teams and like the structure of it?
I mean, ideal world, I would have kept it at 8 personally.
Okay.
But I am generally opposed. Sorry, that was a good run by Tony.
Yeah, we got some Malachi Tony. We got some things happening for Miami.
I mean, Miami's starting to get some chunk plays on this drive here.
That was a great play by Beck on 3rd down. I'll give you credit for that.
Yes, it was. It was a very good throw.
It was.
Yeah, I like the idea of a bracket that doesn't have buys personally. I feel like it's just, I don't know, it just can lead to whether it's fair one way or unfair one way or the other. You know, if you look back at all of those bye teams that lost, a lot of them were underdogs anyway. So, you know, make of that what you will. But I think based on the current situation and where this thing is going to go, I think 24 is asinine.
Yeah, I don't like
if we do that, that is
too much.
That is just
logistically it doesn't work.
Yes.
You need to cancel the conference championship games if you do it.
And a week of the regular season, realistically.
Perhaps, yeah.
And I think if you go 16, no automatic bids. None. Because ultimately, if you are a G5 team and you're not one of the 16 best teams in the country, did you really deserve to play for a national championship? I don't think you can claim like, oh, we're being snubbed. I don't think you can claim it at that point because last year, Boise would have been in that threshold and they absolutely deserved to play for a national championship.
The 3rd quarter just ended, but that I love what you had to say there. The more rules they try to put on it and the seating and all that stuff, the more BS that happens. So we've seen it the last 2 years. Like
if you were to do a modernized format of the BCS rankings, if you were to take 4 to 5 models that measure different things, one is efficiency based, one is resume based, one is if you do that and rank teams based on that, and then say, here are the metrics, here's how we. Not like they do with the net rankings where they won't release what the actual formula is. If you release the formulas, release all of that and say, hey, we're going to take the top 16 of all of 4 of these combined and you play that playoff, you're going to get the 16 best teams. And it's going to be really hard to argue against it.
I agree.
Because if you look at
the formula public
BCS from this season, it's a damn good top 12.
Yeah, the only problem that models have with some of this thing is to what degree do you weight the head-to-heads versus just the overall resume?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the problem that you have sometimes. I mean, you get into a situation with the Miami Notre Dame thing where Miami wins the head-to-head, but most of the models probably had Notre Dame ahead of Miami most of the year.
It's a great point, Brian.
Yeah, or even like I always bring up the example with the BCS of in 2000 when, Tech loses to Miami, we were finished number 4 in the BCS or whatever, but Florida State finished number 2, went to the national championship. Their one loss that season was to Miami, who finished number 3, but Miami's one loss was to Temple or some other Big East team. Yeah. But Miami had the worst loss. Even though Florida State lost.
Well, I mean, that happens in sports in general. I mean, basketball, football, and baseball. Unfortunately, with the committee ideology and what they've done here, is it's more about your best loss is more important than any of your wins. In basketball, it's like that. In baseball, it's like that, where they're just looking at, hey, if you had good losses, that's going to be a resume booster. So we saw that with Notre Dame this year. Their losses to Miami and Texas A&M were positives on their resume. And that's the only reason they were really in discussion. We see this with college basketball all the time. If a team has 10 losses, but 8 of them are Q1, they're automatically in the running for the March Madness, even though they haven't won any of those games. So I think the committee aspect of this, I think we like our our American democracy-laden minds love that idea. And as much as I love the idea of a bunch of guys in a stuffy hotel room in Dallas deciding the future of college football, we've seen the faults of it. Now, we have the 10 seed here with what do they have now? A 3rd and goal with a chance to make it back to a 1-score game. I think if you were to go to 8, you're getting a little bit too exclusive because of, like Brian said, I think like one of our commenters said,
touchdown.
I'm going to guess we have a touchdown here with another fullback dive here. That was an H-back there.
What a playoffs he's had, man.
Man, he's been awesome. He's been one of the stars of the playoffs.
That's an awesome play call.
I think what can I summarize kind of what Brian was saying, and because then we're going to say goodbye to Brian so he can enjoy the 4th quarter and whatnot. I do want to ask. I'll ask what you're drinking in 1 second. The schedule, like what Brian said about the models. That's why you need, like, I wouldn't mind if, like, the BCS would be AP, one other human poll, and then computer. Like, so it's 2/3 humans, 1/3 computer. And so, like, you'd probably make up for the fact that if the models all thought this, you'd still get the human aspect. I hate the idea of a closed door committee doing this. I'd rather you just have the AP voters vote, and then we could see the votes at least. And you could drop votes. You could say, okay, you know, it's 25 voters or whatever the amount of voters is. It wouldn't have to be the AP. Just say you get 13 to 25 voters. You drop the highest and lowest, whatever it is, and then it's there, and it's all public. Like, I would rather they do something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't need all the AP in there.
Yeah, well, true.
And let's get rid of, like, we can have power rankings all we want to. Let's get rid of official polls until at least the middle of October.
Yeah.
That's what podcasters are for, making random rankings. I don't need anybody else stepping on my toes.
I need Stephen A's 16. I don't need the playoff committee 16.
Exactly.
Just let Stephen A do it.
If we don't have at least 8 games on the schedule, I should say 8 weeks of the season in play, whether it's 8, you played 8 games or not, but 8 weeks into the season, sure, we can start prognosticating on how good some of these teams are. But, when you start the season with, 8 SEC teams in the top 25, it muddies the water of how those rankings come out every week, regardless of anything
and then
else.
It's based off, that team who was ranked lost, or that team beat them, so that means they're good. Exactly. Like Missouri and Tennessee, they should have probably never been ranked all year. But let's be perfectly frank. Those teams weren't very good. But they were ranked most of the season. And so, it does create issues in that regard. Robert, are you drinking something? You have something over there?
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Oh, the Miller High Life.
Living the high life, baby.
Straight dive bar action. I like it. Brian, what about you?
I've got a little Stone IPA.
Oh,
beautiful.
Nice.
Classic,
Yes, sir.
dude. That's
Yes, sir.
classic.
Great
So,
beer.
Pete, I looked this up. You were off. This Sip of Sunshine from Lawson's Finest Liquors.
Oh, it's a great beer.
A 4.3 on Untapped.
People love it. Yeah, it's a good
with
beer.
over 200,000 check-ins. Wow, this is a really good beer. I gave it a 4. It's very good. And then right now I'm drinking the Winter Hopfling Lager from Dovetail Brewery. It's another Chicago-based one. This is a new beer. Just got released in December of 2024, so just over a year old. It is a pretty dark caramel West Coast IPA, kind of mixed with a Hefeweizen type crispness.
I love
it's
that
good.
color.
I loved it for like 2 sips, and then I got kind of a weird aftertaste.
Does it have like does it have like the Hefeweizen like banana in it? Like that? You know how like sometimes
I
they
don't
have
get
that
banana.
fruit,
I get
like-
mostly it
Clove?
tastes like a like caramel candy almost, like that type of, like, it's, they say hints of caramel. I don't get any hints. It has a very, very good rating on Beer Advocate that I'm looking right now, a 90, which is one of like it. This is a very, very highly rated beer. I like it. I don't love it. A 3.75 for me. But one that was recommended to me by 2 different people, actually, ironically. But the Dovetail Another Illinois-based one.
That was a mouthful. That Hufflepuff. What was that? Yeah,
Not Hufflepuff. No, Hopfenlager. It might have sounded like I was slurring my words. I wasn't. I was speaking German. Hopfenlager.
Dude, Miami with quite a breakup there. That could have been a pick six.
Yeah,
man.
that was bad. My heart dropped right there.
Okay, so
let me do mine real quick, Sam. I'm drinking the Shiner Frost. This was part of a mixed pack. I think my brother-in-law gave me this one. Dortmunder style lager. This thing is great. It's going down so easy. Nice crisp little lager late in the game. I think I'm going to finish with a coffee stout, but for now, I would recommend the Shiner Frost. You probably can't get it anymore because it's probably like a seasonal thing, but it was good. Very good.
Mendoza is 1 of 5 passing in the second half. His one completion was just there, and it was behind the line of scrimmage.
Oh, damn. They just smoked him out of bounds, too. Well, Brian, we won't keep you any longer. We want you to enjoy the rest of the game. It was great having you here, man. It's been a while since you've been on the show. It might have been like, I can't even remember. Like, we've done a lot of recordings, whether it's on your show or with Dan. Like, it's hard to keep track, but it was great to have you here.
Always a pleasure, man. I really love jumping on with you guys. This is I love that this tradition keeps going. So keep this shit up. This is amazing.
Yeah. And you guys do your state of the program every year, which I have been a part of in the past. That's usually at the end of the calendar year, right?
Yeah, we usually it's the either the week before or week after Christmas. We usually kind of keep it pretty tight there to the Christmas holidays. It's always a good time. It's we drink probably a little bit heavier than you guys do on this one, but beers are in the rotation for sure.
When you get Jeremy on there, you guys start knocking back some bourbons. It can get a little wild sometimes.
It can. I've had my rougher episodes, but I try to keep those in the past. I haven't downed a whole fifth of Evan White Label during a broadcast in 3 years now.
Well, that's good.
Bless up.
Congratulations. Well done.
Maybe we can get a little bourbon going at the tailgate for the spring game.
Absolutely.
Yes. Live from Chicken Hill.
Yeah, live from Chicken Hill, baby. It may be happening. All right, man. We'll talk to you again soon. All right. Be well.
Appreciate it. Y'all.
See you, Brian.
I cut him off. That's okay.
Dang, that was tough.
That's why we need our
I
producer
just gotta
intern,
say,
Pete.
We need to hire a producer. Who is this guy working this thing?
Producer Pete.
All right, here we go. Let's add in Mike Holmes to the.
What a
I didn't know this was happening. What's up,
to
dude?
the quorum. Yeah, here we go.
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, Mike?
Good. Can you hear me all right?
Oh, that's a PI. That's got to be PI. It's got to be holding.
Oh, he tugged on the back of his jersey.
Yeah.
They've been letting him get away with everything.
Sir.
Dude, they have not been throwing any flags.
A Miami Hurricane hasn't gotten away with murder like this since Ray Lewis. This is ridiculous.
There he's been keeping that one in his back pocket.
That's a clear holding. Now, to be fair, too, like I think that's one where
if you're Cooper, you got to throw your arms up.
That's egregious. That's an egregious miss.
You got one up there,
but they're going for it, and you kind of have to go for it here.
Yeah,
you're kind of in no man's land.
You're only gonna gain 20 yards by punting.
Yeah, they're going to call a timeout here. This is one. So they ran a play here where they ran a 5-wide like spacing concept, and Surratt dropped it. He dropped it twice. It was a really bad drop, and that's why Miami's even in this game is because he dropped that third down pass.
Are you talking about the one where the guy was all in his grill, though?
No, it was wide open. He dropped it. He turned around, tried to catch it again, and got knocked out. I think they go back to like that spacing concept. And if it's covered and the middle is open, Mendoza try to get 5 yards for us here.
Well, here's the you say that, but Mendoza on these zone reads has been giving it every single time, and those ends are pinching hard on the give. And I mean, it's almost a little too far to do it, but I can see his legs coming in, taking it off the edge, trying to sneak one in there. But I'm telling you, player of the game for Indiana has been Black. He's a stud. Unbelievable.
That physical run he had like 3 plays ago, that was baller. Like that guy is
Tootin-esque, like peak Tootin right there. Like just breaking tackles, not getting down.
Right. Same similar size too. And there was that tweet from Tim Thomas earlier about how all these players in this game are from Virginia and that we should have taken all these 2-stars and developed them, I guess, guys. This type of
unfortunately, it's not 1995 anymore.
Right, like you can't like what's happening in this game. What Kirkcinetti has done with some of these guys. One, he's one of the best coaches we've seen in the last decade, without a doubt, and he might be moving closer and closer to number one. And two, like they stayed with him all these years and have had familiar coaches and in the same schemes. And you can do the revisionist history of like, yeah, there's a bunch of good guys from Virginia that are playing the national championship game. It's like, if they came to Tech, they don't have this career.
No, they're not good.
No,
it's not just evaluation, it's development, which our last two coaching staffs have had none of. So,
and how many of these guys are better football players because they got on the field at JMU?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Playing is important.
Playing is the best. I
mean, Surratt started at St. Francis, PA. He didn't even start at JMU.
Which is Robert. That is insane. I heard that like 2 games ago. I had never heard that before. That's crazy that he was at St. Francis, PA.
Well, but this all correlates a lot to college basketball because you'll get your blue bloods obviously that are always going to be in the Final Four and in the Elite Eight. But then you're going to have 2 or 3 teams a year that are your mid-major schools that are chock full of seniors, your 22, 20, that just know how to play and know the game. And you get a team that can make it to the Final Four, but, then they just run out of gas. But I mean, there's a lot of correlation there between what's going on in this NIL era and what you see with fully developed teams in college basketball.
And that's something that with Indiana, it's almost as if they're an NIL team, but somehow they've managed to keep like what would be a 4-year university development program in place. And it's the rarest thing that we really haven't seen in such a long time. And it's very impressive. And then they go and get a Heisman quarterback in that portal.
What a catch, Charlie. Was that Becker? Charlie Becker?
Becker from Nashville.
Oh my God, what a catch.
Dude.
Right there.
What a nasty back shoulder, too. 24 just got taken on a ride.
Yeah.
There's nothing there's nothing he could do.
Yeah. No.
That's
there's
unbelievable.
Perfectly timed back shoulders. They're almost impossible.
Hips down, man. That is
Indiana threatening.
I saw
phenomenal.
Comp for Mendoza, and him throwing that pinpoint pass made me think of this. And granted, none of us really watched him live, but this comp for Mendoza, Dan Marino.
Well, if he wins this game, he's going to have something Dan Marino never had,
a championship,
which was a meaningful win.
Dan Marino's the one who said there's no there's no defense for a perfect pass, and I throw perfect passes.
It's true. Like there's nothing you can do there as a defensive back. Actually, like he's going to look on film. That's going to be a great rep for 24 from Miami.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's the thing that Mendoza. First of all, Coach, do you see this comment? What is your hat? Yeah. It looks like a really cool SC hat.
So it's a Myrtle Beach Pelicans alternate. So it's
that's awesome.
Myrtle Beach Pelicans. My son went to Myrtle Beach with my in-laws and brought it back for me. So
how's his collarbone doing?
On that one. Fully healed. He's back playing.
There we go.
That's playing ball now. So that's good.
That
also, shout out Jolteon, one of the best evolutions. Let's go. Nick Levon. It's a Pokemon right there.
That comment came from Nick, one of our loyal listeners who doesn't normally come into the YouTube. So we welcome Nick to the show.
It is shocking that like what Indiana has been so good at this year is not screwing up. And they've made a lot of mistakes this game. This has been maybe their most mistake-laden game of the season.
Oh, he's holding them there too. I mean, there's just so much contact in the secondaries.
But
you got to go for it here, 4th and 5.
You think so?
Yeah, because it's. I mean, you kick it, it's a 6-point lead. They're gonna have to score a touchdown to beat you anyway.
I think you make Miami drive the field again. They have one explosive run on you, and they have one drive. I think you make them drive the field,
and you don't give Malachi Tony a chance to run the kickback.
And I hate going up 6 in this situation. I hate it in the 4th quarter. Like Fuente used to do it. He did it at Notre Dame famously. Like I've always hated it. Like, so yeah.
But I think he's going to kick this. Maybe not. I don't know. I think you go for it. I mean, dude, there's still 9.5 minutes left.
There's a lot of time. That is a little.
I think you go. I think you go for it. Also, knowing Miami's kicker has been dog dog shit in the playoffs.
Exactly. Yeah.
He has been
Well,
so
I think-
bad. I
Here's
mean,
the
come
thing,
on, it's a
this-
whole school. Half the school's Hispanics. You can't find a guy to kick a football. I don't know what we're doing here.
The striped guys are going to come into this thing at some point. This is going to be like the Buffalo Bills Broncos game.
There's going
to be something that happens within the next 15 minutes, to tell the end of the game that there's going to be a call that is going to determine this thing.
Indiana is currently averaging 4 yards per play. That would be their lowest of the last 2 years.
All right,
They can't block Bane and Mesidor.
I gotta ask again: how in the hell did Miami lose to Louisville?
I don't know.
Oh, because they're wide. No, I think the legitimate reason is their wide receivers kept running the wrong routes. I think they run a lot of option routes, and Carson Beck expects them to do one thing, and they did another thing. So they have stopped running all of those option routes, and they've vanillaed their offense. But we have the 4th and 5 here. Nobody's saying anything. There he is with the run. I told you, spread him out wide. Fernando Mendoza. There he is. Jones, I told you exactly.
That was baller.
Let's go.
Holy shit.
He just wouldn't go down.
That's what we talked about, though. Like
that's
that's the spacing concept. Spread them out wide. Spacing concept. If they cover the spacing concept, quarterback, you go, because every defensive player is flat-footed, and you're a big dude in Fernando Mendoza. You're going to fall forward for at least 5 yards.
Dude, did
he just choke her?
But I think Mendoza just collapsed in the.
Yeah, I feel like he
sideline.
did. Like he went down to the ground. He maybe saying a prayer. I don't know, but that
he's such a hilarious, likable person. I've never seen somebody who looks more like they belong working at a Chick-fil-A than Fernando.
It's my pleasure.
But I
It's been
love
my
him
pleasure.
so much. He got popped.
I don't.
He got popped right there and stayed up.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
And one in the back too. He got
cheers to that, man.
Yeah, what a guts call! What a guts call by Sig right there too.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was
he did got the choker, Robert. You're right.
Awesome.
Also, has anyone mentioned how Mendoza's dad looks exactly like Signetti?
Yeah, why does he look exactly like? I thought that was
insane.
Signetti's brother at some point. He looks like,
Okay,
just
Robert,
saying, not Mendoza.
you're a Steelers guy.
Yeah,
I love you. For
Do
all
it,
your,
Sam.
All your faults.
Fuck me.
Kurt Signetti is a Pittsburgh man, and I said he has the skin of a
already
pierogi
said-
and he bleeds ketchup.
Yeah, that would be awesome. But he already said he has no interest in going to the NFL.
So has every coach of all time said they're not interested in the job that they eventually take in a week or two.
And you know
I
what?
mean,
If he wins the national championship tonight,
that's
it would
true.
only
Pulls
make
a
it
Harbaugh.
more likely.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. You can't go
Harbaugh's.
better.
Here's the thing: Signetti is 64 years old.
Wow.
Or 62. He's in his early to mid.
In 10 years, he can run
Like,
for
at this-
Congress.
But didn't his dad
I don't-
was like the DC at Pittsburgh until he was like almost 80?
Probably.
Like,
yeah.
Yep. His dad coached at Pitt. And Kurt Signetti went to Pitt, right? I mean, he's from Pittsburgh.
I don't know if
think
he
went to Pitt.
but
I think he went to a small school,
I
but
can't speak to it.
no, I mean, yeah.
It would just be like if they win this game, there would be no doubt in my mind he'd go to the Steelers. and instantly make them good. Like
He played
no
at West
shit.
Virginia. Excuse me, he played at West Virginia.
Oh,
Did he? Oh,
wow, how do you do that?
Yeah, he did play at some small
played-
school. My bad.
I mean, he's from Pittsburgh. And then he went to West Virginia while his dad was coaching at Pittsburgh, I believe.
Dude, he's
You mean
always just had
Pittsburgh State or whatever it was?
No, Pittsburgh State's in Kansas.
Where did Signetti coach? Like when he was winning.
Frank Signetti Sr. was an assistant coach at Pitt
IUP?
from 66 to
IUP.
68.
Yeah,
IUP.
And
He
that
was the
before
head coach
Elon.
at IUP. He was the head coach at IUP for 20 seasons.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's wild. That's a whole career, and now he's winning at the highest level of college football. It's crazy how good he
If
is.
you hear some of his stuff about like his answer to I forget what the question was, but it's basically like, how do you keep guys from accepting mediocrity and stuff? And you listen to it and you're like, I needed to hear that in college.
Well, that's what Saban was so good at. You know, you hear
Yes.
some of those Saban speeches and you're just like floored. You're like, I've never thought of this. And that's what it sounds like what you're talking about with Cignetti. And I wonder how it came about that Cignetti ended up on Saban's staff. I'd be curious as to like the backstory with that and like why he, with all the success that he had at a lower tier and how he ended up there. But I could probably just do a little research and figure that out. But it's such a cool story.
No, but I'm gonna get Brian Flores, and I'm gonna talk myself into it. That's where this is headed.
So
I think that'd be a great hire.
He'll be phenomenal.
Yeah,
people like Brian Flores a lot. And what do you think about the lack of quality head coaching candidates at the NFL level? Because we just saw Jeff Hafley get hired as a head coach. And
yeah, no disrespect to CJ Carroll, but I think that's a horrible move.
I mean, Schrager was talking about this with Bill Simmons. Like, we're in a mode right now where there isn't this like hotbed of young talent that is, and then maybe there is, and it's just not known, but we're seeing guys that maybe don't deserve NFL jobs get NFL jobs right now. And I know this is College Football Monday, but it's related because we are talking about Cignetti and whatever else.
It's
I think there's go ahead, Sam.
No. It's weird because it's the same issue I think they have with the quarterback position. Like, how the hell is Phillip Rivers the best bet for the Indianapolis
How is that your
Colts
best
when they're
option?
making a play? Yeah. How is, I mean, they drafted Anthony Richardson. They drafted Riley Leonard. Like, how is that? They drafted Sam Ellinger. Like, how is that your best option when you've had 3 straight drafts of a quarterback? And so I think there is a talent evaluation issue for the NFL, not only at the quarterback position, but also like coaching talent issue, because it does seem to be more about who you know than it does to be about your merits.
I'm just trying to think of like guys that might be out of the NFL, like this isn't a good example, but like a Mac Jones or someone of that caliber where it's like, how is there not a young quarterback that was really awesome, and like a Jarrett Stidham that you could just call or trade for or whatever?
Would you take Drew Brees as your offensive coordinator right now?
No.
Yes. You wouldn't take Drew Brees?
I thought we were talking about playing the position. Now you're talking about OC. You're throwing me off.
But no, so sorry. I thought you were talking about like a guy who played really well. Like, can you just bring him in as a new guy instead of one of these retreads that we know?
I was specifically talking
successful.
about the Phillip Rivers situation where it's just
gotcha,
how is a 44-year-old quarterback with a potbelly a better option than a ton of like Cam Newton took exception to it, for example. Which I don't know if Cam would be better than that, but it made me think about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be surprised if Sean Payton doesn't give Cam a call, especially if they skirt by, they for somehow, some way, Jarrett Stidham has that 300-yard game like he had when he came in the last time in Vegas, and they get to the Super Bowl. And then he's like, okay, Cam Newton's our backup. Like it could happen.
It could.
But I think going back to the coaching thing though, I think it's the same issue that you have in college with guys leaving college. It's the level of headaches, and there's only a certain. Wow, what a catch!
Watch this play.
No, it's not a catch. Is it a catch?
And
Keelan Marion.
He ruled it incomplete, and there was not a lot of argument.
He didn't get it.
Oh, wow.
No, he didn't catch that.
He
Good call by that ref.
Yeah, really good call.
I wouldn't have seen that.
Yeah, that bobbled. Yeah.
I think this is a problem in the NFL and maybe college too. Like with the quarterbacks, with coaches, all of it, there is like an obsession with like getting known commodities. You know what I mean? Like everyone's afraid to branch out. So now it's either you have your retread hires, like you have like, why on earth is Matt Nagy getting
Miami can't have that right now. Sorry,
why on earth is Matt Nagy getting head coach interviews, right?
Yeah.
Or it's
Mike McCarthy. Or it's, okay, we know this guy is good, so we'll go from his tree and we'll hire his offensive coordinator. And then it's this chain to where it's like
now people want to hire the Jaguars 30-year-old offensive coordinator. And it's like, why? Because he is from he's descended from Liam Cohen, who's descended from Dave Canales, who's descended from Kevin O'Connell. You know what I mean? And it's just like,
and there is a good old boy network in the pros, 100%. But at the same time, there's only there's a certain amount of people that need that or want that gig.
Yeah,
that want the headaches associated with that. And it's kind of like having to deal with NIL in college. You got to be a special kind of crazy person.
Oh, here we go, Tony.
Oh, is there going to be some with Tony here? I saw the throw up the seam.
So
there's one on the skinny post there to Tony. It was a great throw up the seam from Carson Beck to their tight end. I would expect Virginia Tech to have a lot of that next year. Try to hit the tight end up the seam, get him in space, and then you have Tony here on what ends up being like a high cross route. And he's able to cut up field versus the cover two.
This is what Quayshawn Brown's going to look like with that hair coming out of the back of the helmet. Queso Brown.
I cannot believe that Indiana has gone to playing this deep shell.
They're up 2 scores.
That's mind-boggling. Still, you're giving these speed guys the open field.
Yeah, Miami hasn't completed a deep ball all day. Like
Oh, that was scary.
They just showed.
Pete, do you remember when
they just showed the porn
live
star?
One of the best / worst ideas in Sons of Saturday history was a live stream for a football game, like a Virginia Tech football game. We were watching the game at Boston College. Thank God it was a blowout win for the Hokies.
It was.
But the Grant Wells run, where he tripped on like the 5-yard line, is one of the greatest moments in Sons of Saturday history. It is.
We were just like, yeah, go Grant, go. Oh no. that was hilarious. We need to do another one of those.
Young man's heart.
And here goes Tony.
Dude.
Okay.
Another hole.
You know what's really
Good
bad?
God. They cannot break a run without holding anybody. And I can't.
No flags though.
Hey,
they missed one on the edge and the wide receiver.
You play the game. You swing at the strike zone that the ump gives.
Still 6 minutes left.
Yeah,
we got a game now. It's about to be 21-24. We'll see if Miami's kicker can come through here. Man, that was Tony. He's such
so
a
good.
monster.
I mean, he's a draft first round of a fantasy draft type player. He's Percy Harvin, and I don't know if it'll work out for him in the NFL, but he's also, there's a little bit of Sammy Watkins in there, like that from freshman year. Sammy Watkins, like that's a little bit of what I'm seeing here. I know we are all diehard Hokies and we're bred to hate the Hurricanes. There's a lot of likable players on this team.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
Mark Fletcher, Malachi Tony, they're likable guys.
Well, you know what's funny, Sam? I haven't hated this team as much as I would typically hate a Miami team.
Like Ruben Bain is awesome.
I don't know exactly why. Maybe it's because we're so irrelevant that I just don't hate them as much. But we also they haven't been very relevant. Like if you really go back, it was so easy to hate them in 2003. It was so easy to hate them in 2004 when we won down there and won the ACC. It's like, I don't know. There is a part of that, and them being this good, Mike, I know that the hate train's going to be back in full force next year.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's nothing redeeming really about the school, in and of itself. They're just a spoiled. It's kind of like Southern Cal. It's a spoiled rich kid school that goes and buys a shit ton of football players and
in a metropolitan area with no soul.
With no soul. It's Sodom and Gomorrah, and it's and they've always had this air of entitlement since 1984. So it's like, and every time that they sniff a 5-0 record to start the season, the U is back, and then they end up inevitably just shitting down their leg. And
it's funny that U is back thing. I was thinking about this today. Like a lot of high school kids wouldn't even know that joke. Like they wouldn't even know about like the U. Oh, now the U is back because like they've in their whole life it has not happened.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is really like us and even Robert's age, but like it's just been so long since they've been on a stage like this that it's hard for me as a little bit of an older person to like put myself in someone who's 18, their shoes and be like, oh yeah, so this is what Miami is, I guess, like because I've never seen it.
Yeah, very, very true. But like the U is back has almost become Clemsoning. Like it's just always been kind of a joke, you know. Yes. But I agree. Like there, you know, if you're a young kid, you're in high school, you know, this is maybe the first year you've paid attention to college football, and you see Miami being good. You see all the athletes running around, and then you see the beaches and you see South Beach and everything that they always throw onto it. You know, hey, why not make that look attractive?
It's not going to take much because of the groundswell of fans they still have nationwide, despite it being 20 years. Like, hey, we haven't been good in 15 years, and our fans have never been more tuned in to Virginia Tech football. Like, we've seen it in the Sons of Saturday numbers and all over Hokie sphere of how interested people are. Just because you've been bad for a while doesn't mean the fans aren't still out there. And that's what's happening with Miami right now. And it's annoying a little bit, but for the ACC and for Tech being like what I consider one of their, we're probably not coming in 1, 2, 3 for them, but we're probably like on the rivalry list.
They're a good villain for the sport.
Yes.
They're like the Joker.
Oh, I agree. College football is 100% better when Miami's good.
Mm-hmm. Because they're such an oxymoron too. Like they're this nerdy private school in South Florida that's worried about like rocket science and marine biology. And then here they are with like the most roughest, toughest football team with all the swagger you could imagine. It's like, kind of perfect. It's kind of hilarious.
It was Dwight Vick's tweet about BYU. He's like, NIL got BYU looking like Norfolk State. Like that is what Miami was in the 80s, right? Like dude, that's what they were. They were that tweet.
Straight up, like a lot of this roster is funded from the Children's Hospital at University of Miami Health System. So let's be honest. Like, it is.
Maybe get a little of that Clinton Foundation money from Donna Shalala.
What was the booster that got him all the trouble? Neville.
I think he just got out of jail.
Luther Campbell. Yeah.
Wasn't Luther
Neville
Campbell
something?
Not Luther Campbell. The white dude.
It's Neville something.
Yeah, Neville. Whatever. He like was doing what Michigan's doing now, basically paying for abortions and whatnot. They went on bull ban and all that kind of stuff. That's what they don't need to do anymore. It's all
Nevin Shapiro. Was that
Nevin Shapiro?
Nevin,
yes,
Nevin Shapiro. Right. That's what it is. Guys, we're at the final beer of the night. We're doing
let's talk about what we're drinking.
Opener.
I do like that opener.
It's not very good, by the way.
It's not working.
Another one. Hey, it's not working. Here, let me try off of it.
Get Sam a lighter.
Okay, there we go.
Mike seems like the kind of guy that would open up a beer bottle with his teeth. Did you ever do that, Mike?
Mike seems like the guy who would open up the beer bottle with his class ring.
Yeah, I can see that.
When I did wear a metal ring, I did do that.
I did that too. Yeah.
We have here the only 5 of 5 I have.
Go.
The best in the business.
Lunch.
It doesn't get better. The Lunch India Pale Ale from Maine Beer Company in Freeport, Maine.
What a great way to
of beers.
End this.
I have been saving
Monday
this beer
season.
for 2 months.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I would say there is a legitimate argument this is the best domestic beer in the United States of America.
There's an argument. Yep.
And it's on tap at a restaurant half a mile from my house. I love it.
Dude, the distribution from Maine Lunch has gotten so good over the past 3-4 years. It's unbelievable where you can get
I
it.
believe it won a World Beer Award a couple years ago, and since then has been. I mean, talk about that head, fellas.
Pause.
I think it is like God created the heavens and the earth, and then He created Lunch India Paleo by Maine Beer Company. It is perfection.
It's a great beer. And I actually last year, about almost a year ago to the day, I got to enjoy a Maine dinner, which is much harder to find. But
yes,
I think the lunch is better, but the dinner is more rare.
Well, they had a beer that was the tiny little something, and it was the greatest day drinking beer I've ever had. I don't believe they have it anymore, and they took that formula and rebranded it a little bit. But they have the whole gamut between like the beer pong beers and the elite one-time specialty beers. Lunch is one of their more specialty ones. What a back shoulder. This is getting ridiculous.
I mean, it's unreal what they are doing.
Wow. And on the biggest third down of the game, because if you get stopped right there, you give Miami the ball with 3 minutes to win the game. That was so huge.
But Becker has had
Miami has all 3 timeouts in the 2-minute warning,
and he's getting interfered with too. I mean,
that's a pass interference, yeah.
And of course, there's no flag because they haven't thrown a flag all night, which I am okay with. But damn, that's a great play.
I can't shake the feeling. I've been around too much football. There's going to be some piece of yellow that comes out here soon.
Boy, I would love a field goal at least.
Field goal doesn't help us, Sam.
If we get a touchdown, that hits the over.
No, I have the over. Field goal hits the over.
Gotcha.
47.5 for me.
47. Oh, that's right. Yeah, 47.5.
Mike, are you drinking anything?
I am in the middle of dry January, so I am drinking a Tommy Knocker Blood Orange NA IPA from Idaho Springs, Colorado.
Very nice.
How many, do you partake in a lot of NAs?
I have this month. And there's actually a Goza from it's called Partake. And it was a grapefruit Goza, I believe. It was absolutely fantastic.
Partake. I've heard of a few of their things. Like it's pretty solid, right? Like they make some pretty good product.
And then I had the Coors Edge.
I don't mind that one. I don't mind that one.
It's not bad at all. And and really, because they're making the same beer. They're just not putting yeast in it. So I mean,
I like the Coors Edge. I've sampled so many NAs on different, last year I took a few months off drinking and was doing a lot of them, but Coors is pretty good. The Budweiser Zero is good. Corona is pretty good. The Guinness is amazing.
The Guinness, I had one of those the other day at a concert.
Yeah, the Corona, if you drop a lime in that thing, it tastes like a Corona Light. Like you really can't tell the difference. I've never been a huge fan of the athletic ones. I know they're extremely popular and people love them. There's something about them, like the aftertaste. I don't know what it is, but I'm not a huge athletic guy. But give me a Bud Zero or a Corona Zero or a Guinness Zero, I'm good to go. And I know people like the Heineken and the Stella. I mean, they're all making them, and so you have lots of options, which is nice.
While we're at the 2-minute timeout here, trivia question: do y'all know the country that exports the most amount of beer in the world?
Exports. Okay,
Exports.
So
Japan.
No,
I was gonna say either the U.S. or Belgium.
Mexico.
Oh yeah,
Modelo's the #1 most consumed beer in the world.
Yeah,
probably a lot of the beer we drink comes from Mexico. Now that I'm thinking about it,
Modelo's the
Sol,
#1 beer
Pacifico.
in the world. Pacifico and Corona.
Yeah, Corona
because
and Modelo
Corona is brewed in Mexico, but it's bottled in Chicago for U.S. distribution.
And then
Fun fact.
Does the Modelo Group own Coors, or is that still Miller Coors?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Miller
but they also have
Coors and Molson.
They also have
Coors,
Tecate.
Okay.
which
Yeah,
is
Tecate,
like
yeah.
the Bud Light of Mexico.
That's the high life of Mexico.
Is it the high life of Mexico? I know there's
Because
a couple
it's in
Tecates, but
it's every dive bar will have a high life when Robert Irby's drinking, or a Tecate for like $3 cans.
Yep.
Robert, could you? It's the national title, and you couldn't get anything better than a high life.
What is better
There
than
are
a
a few things
highlight?
better.
It's just
It's
the
the
champagne
champagne
of
of
beer.
beer.
I am celebrating.
You could have had actual champagne.
I love the meme where it's like different stages of drinking a high life, and first stage is like, this is delicious. It's like halfway through, life is good, and then at the end, it's What a Fool Believes by the Doobie Brothers.
That's great.
Give me that Michael McDonald, baby, all the time.
Pretty incredible hat by Coach.
It is a good
Yes.
hat. I'll tell you,
it's a great hat.
minor league baseball and summer league baseball are two of the most underrated things in life.
So where I got, which I don't know if I have a quick picture access, but where I got the Two Deep logo, which is just the state of Virginia with the two beers on it, I stole the concept from the Asheville Tourists. The Asheville Tourists do a beer city night where they will change their logo to like beer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And one year they did a North Carolina state with like a pint beer over top of the front. And I'm like, that's a sick logo. And I stole it. that's how I came up with the concept for Two Deep's logo.
Great ballpark.
Oh yeah. The Tourist.
Yeah, fantastic
I've never been to Asheville. As big of a beer lover as I am, I want to get down there.
Dude, you got
Asheville
it.
rocks.
It's a must do.
My,
you know what you need to do that next week after the spring game. Scoot on.
Just go right to
It's
Asheville.
2.5 hours.
Yeah.
2.5 hours.
Let's
I
see
did
if
my
I can
bachelor party there.
turn the
Did
camera.
you really? See, that's did you guys do a hike at all, Robert, or do you just drink?
No, yeah, we just drank.
Okay, good.
That little guy is from Asheville, North Carolina.
Oh, that's where you got Baker?
Hey.
My Carolina dog.
Yeah.
Very
Which
nice.
is
Oh,
a
I
cool, if you're looking for a breed of dog to adopt, Carolina dog, awesome. Go get
And
one.
you did a big hike with him. Was that in North Carolina, or where'd you do that?
That was in
hike?
Virginia. It was a Triple Crown in Virginia
Okay.
in 2 days. Beat it by
Sam-
24 hours.
Sam did an epic hike with his dog in Virginia. Oh, that's right, because you met me in Blacksburg. And we
Yes,
had a beer
and
afterwards.
I messed up my entire right side of my body and got pretty injured on it, and then ran a half marathon on it. Not great, but we're gonna do a big hike in the Adirondacks this summer.
Cool.
Yeah, but you also listened to the Silmarillion audiobook, didn't you?
I did listen to the Silmarillion audio book for the second time
That's awesome.
on that trip, which was incredible. Yeah, if you want to be a nerd with me, then you can talk some Tolkien with me offline.
All right, so it is 24-21 Indiana. 2
Yeah, we're
minutes
not
left.
covering Sam, unfortunately.
But they've got the ball. They
Long
just had
offseason.
a false start, and they're close to scoring here. They might be within the 20, but outside the 20 after that.
Well, this kind of puts them in Indiana's in kind of a like.
Kill
Do
the
you
clock.
go for the score or do you kill the clock and kick the field goal? Because Miami still has 2 timeouts.
I think they're going to try
just-
to kill the clock.
Yeah, I think you're going to run it
They're
right here.
just yeah. Ran
I
it
mean,
up
they
the middle.
haven't gotten anything running the ball all night long.
Yeah.
They are currently they're at less than 5 yards of play tonight. Their EPA per rush is an even, which is not good for them. Actually, statistically, this game has flipped from the first half to the second half. In the first half, Indiana was dominating. In the second half, Miami is dominating. The difference being that block punt touchdown from Indiana. So,
Yeah. Well,
At
and
this
that
point-
I tell you that mental error from the offensive lineman, that 5-yard penalty, that was huge. It was 2nd and 1.
yeah, I think at this point now, actually at 3rd and 5, if you're Indiana, I think you throw for the end zone. I think you
I'm
throw
in,
for the
Billy.
end
Take a
zone
shot.
because
Yeah.
BRM
just
you're
said,
not
get in
going to get a
trouble.
6-yard run.
Pete, we should get hammered in Nashville. Everyone's invited.
It's an
let's do it.
awesome
business
town.
hashtag
and
business expense.
And I'll tell
Billy-
you what, a town that needs
Billy will carpool.
a town that still needs a lot of help. with the
And you know
flooding
what?
that
I can
happened
only
there.
imagine the hangover after being in Nashville and drinking all that like what would be good beer. You wouldn't be drinking like Pilsners all day. You'd be drinking like IPAs, heavy shit.
Oh yeah.
And it would be so painful, but so fun.
Yeah, the only time I've thrown up
Indiana
after
going
a
out of the
hangover
pistol
was after my bachelor.
They're going to
party,
run the
driving
ball,
down the mountain,
and they're not going to get it. Man, I do not like that play call from Indiana whatsoever. You went pistol. You went 11 personnel.
I don't know.
Ran
Does
to
that
the
make you think
strong
he's going to go for
side.
it and pin him deep?
You can't. It's 4th and 5. You got to go up 3.
They went. They went for
he
it
just
4th and
did
5
that
last
on the
time.
last drive twice.
Yeah, but there wasn't a minute left.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you run it right
I think
there unless you plan on going for it.
Make Miami score a touchdown.
Can someone make heads or tails of this comment? I might have missed a commercial.
Why
Why in God's name would
God's name
Allstate do that Mustang? Do that to a Mustang? Should have boycott them. Should have used the 2000s.
I think it's probably one of the Mayhem
yeah.
commercials. I think they gummed up a Mustang.
Oh, okay. All right, so Indiana's going to kick this, which I think you have to do here. Nico Radicic.
But so here's the scenario. So you're going to go up. You make this. You go up 6, right? And it's got a minute 47, and they have no timeouts. But you're going to give Malachi Toney a chance to return the kickoff. They haven't kicked one out of the back of the end zone yet.
I just see to me in this situation, you are baiting the other team to go for it on 4th down every time. Instead of worst case scenario, if you don't kick the field goal, you're up by 3. They have the ball deep in their end, and they're going to end up kicking a field goal because you're going to get them in a situation where they're up against the clock or you stop them on 3rd down. Now, a stop on 3rd down doesn't end it. They keep going. And so, like, I hate being up 6 in this situation.
Okay,
really.
Here's the thing,
I would,
though.
Pete, I would shoot you in the face to be up 6 points with a minute 42 left in the 4th quarter of that.
We were up. Sam, we've been in this situation multiple times for Tech, and we've lost.
Mm-hmm.
We've been in this situation one time.
I hate.
And I was 2 years old. That's not my fault.
No. Not in the championship game. I just mean like against Notre Dame. We did this in 2019.
Yeah, but we weren't a good defense.
They're going to get the ball. They're going to get the ball.
This is an elite
30.
defense.
4 down territory.
Sam, to that same point, you're deep in their territory. If you don't get it, they're
Now
buried.
95.
Yeah.
No, because here's the thing. Their kicker hasn't been good, but he does have a big leg, and you're playing at a kicker-friendly place. I think you have to make them go score a touchdown here. Like you have to trust your dudes.
I just think
and your dudes are an elite defense.
You're giving the other team more chances because if they have a bad kicker and you're up by 3 and they get to a 3rd and 5 and they miss it,
they don't have a bad kicker though.
Same situation as the Ole Miss game.
Bad kicker.
I
think you make them go 75 yards.
Yeah, but Ole Miss,
they were up 75 yards against your boys.
No, Ole Miss, they were down.
Yeah,
because here too, if you're looking at this, Indiana's probably going to play quarters here defensively, and you see their cornerback coming back, so they're going to play quarters here.
Yeah,
so,
they're going to leave the middle open. Watch the deep end cuts and the quick slants.
Is that delay of game?
How the hell do you have a delay of game there?
What a bonehead.
He's pissed.
Oh my God.
Let me talk about my beer while they're rejiggering. I'm drinking a coffee stout by Scheffler.
Cry about it.
This brewery does not miss.
Yeah.
Scheffler Brewing, like every single thing. Yeah. St. Louis, Missouri. Everything they make is good. I'm a sucker for a good coffee stout. This one is phenomenal. What was that?
Oh no. This is okay. So here's the thing. This is me as an athlete. Like, I didn't play football collegiately, and I'm sorry about my webcam hazing out, but like, we would do this thing in volleyball where if you were in a close game and you felt good about your block, like defensively, your side out block, you would tell your server, hey, don't go for the ace here. Go for the like hit the
Just
outside,
get it over.
hit the 2. Hit 2. We'll play defense and get the side out.
Return it. Yeah.
Right. We'll take what we're good at. And I think Indiana is doing that here. Like, hey, let's do what we're good at. and they're rushing the passer here. Carson Beck misses the seam there. And again, hey, that looked like an option. They're going to throw a flag there?
There's a flag. He got smoked.
Oh, I don't like that.
Mike, you called it. You called it.
There's gonna be one.
Let's see the replay here because
the hit on Mendoza in the first quarter was more egregious than that.
Yeah, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's not a flag.
That's not rough. That's awful.
That's not a flag.
Man, Beck sold that too. Good God.
No, Beck got rocked. He got rocked, but that was not a late hit.
No, it looks longer on slow-mo.
He didn't hit him in the head. Nothing.
Yeah,
that's awful.
Yeah, that's rough.
Gonna give him a chance.
Yep. And now watch the deep.
Indiana's
watch the deep
only
slants.
rushing 3 here.
Yep, rush 3, 4 underneath, 4 deep.
Yep. Yeah. So they're playing cover 4 here predominantly.
Yeah, rally and tackle.
I mean, Miami's in a position now too at the 46-yard line where clock isn't a huge issue.
Not really.
And especially because it stops on first down.
God,
what a catch! Holy shit, dude, he's so good.
That was
oh my God,
that was crazy.
And if we had the commentary, you could cue the
Spider-Man.
he ought to be getting ready for his senior prom comment.
First down, Canes.
And then the classic Isaiah Ford 5-yard hitch route to get the first
Could you
down.
and Billy just put this in the chat, being either of these teams would ruin me. Imagine if this was Tech. In either team, it wouldn't matter.
Number one, this live stream would have 50,000 viewers right now.
Well, that's
true.
true.
At this point, I'm kind of rooting for Miami because I have that Miami money line, and Indiana minus 7.5 isn't going to hit, and the over already hit. And I believe Miami over 110 rushing yards has hit.
What is the hit, or should I say, the over/under on Michael Irvin bumps through the first 4 quarters of this game?
He's worn down. He's worn down 6 keys already. Like it's just
hey, love something as much as Michael Irvin loves Miami football on the sidelines.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I thought you were going to say cocaine.
I'll tell you too. What's interesting about what Indiana's doing defensively right now is they're only rushing 3. And Carson Beck isn't super mobile. I would not be surprised here if out of the stoppage of the clock that they try to bring some pressure. Because if there's one negative play right here, Miami's
I think a delayed blitz kind of disguises it.
Well, the issue with the delayed blitz,
they're going to run that middle twist.
Yeah. So do you do a twist? Do you do a linebacker coming? Like, what do you do here if you're Indiana? I've been rushing 3 the last few games.
I think you show double A's. I think you show double A gaps like they have been. And then you again
rush 4.
Rush 4, 3 and 3 underneath.
Wow.
That's game. That's game.
Go down. Oh, he just tore his ACL. I thought he just tore his ACL.
Dude.
Figuring out how to take a knee.
Hey,
wow.
Pete.
It's going to be a very sad day.
Hey, Carson Beck, man.
Robert, he's in the national championship game. Come on.
This is only his what? This is only his third loss. His only third loss against a AP top 5 team.
There's
a flag on the play?
It's going to be for unsportsmanlike contact for taking his helmet off.
Took his helmet off. Yeah.
This is his 4th. He is 18. He will now drop to 18-4 against top 25 teams.
I am surprised to see the pick, to be honest.
All right,
but maybe
I
am
too.
Be.
He's
been playing at such a high level. Typically,
it seems like he thought the receiver was running a different route.
Hang on though, because he's going to have to take this snap under center.
No, he can just
because of how deep they are. No, because of how deep they are. He kneeled it on like the 6. And then it's half the distance, so he's going to be on the. He's going to be on like the 3.
Oh
man, I'll tell you what. That's just a bad throw. Billy Ray, that's just a bad throw.
Billy Ray's back,
dude. My boy is absolutely.
Billy Ray, how about that over, buddy?
Yeah, the over would be cool if I didn't have Indiana minus 8.5 on everything.
Kill me.
Can I just say?
Hit your volume, Bill, on the
Billy,
on the-
do you even
Oh, sorry.
podcast?
He's got to
bro?
do it
Come
again.
on, let's get
Oh,
going.
It's pretty.
He's got to.
It's pretty-
He's going to have to snap this ball in the end zone. He's going to take the snap.
But he
almost
can
in the
take a
end zone.
safety and they win still.
Oh, I don't like it.
Wow.
It's pretty awesome.
A guy that doesn't take a whole lot of snaps under center, taking a snap under center in this
It's pretty
situation.
awesome that
What was that,
the
Billy Ray?
best team that Indiana faced all year is an ACC team. And with that,
Ohio State notwithstanding.
and I bid you all.
He got out. Okay.
Wow.
Tomorrow.
Good night, buddy.
Ugh.
What a game. What a season.
Hey, Asheville, we're doing it, brother.
Sig finally smiled.
I mean, they deserve.
Dude,
they
did it.
100% deserve this national.
Oh, he
title.
pointed to the good Lord. I didn't even know.
Yeah.
I thought he was his own God. I don't know.
This
Sorry.
is I mean, great game. Great game.
Great game.
Fun
oh
game.
my god, this game was shit in the first half, and it turned out to be phenomenal.
Miami was for real. Like they really were for real. They
All right, scale of 1 to 10, everyone. How would you rate the college football playoff this year?
oh
Let's go through. So we had Alabama, Oklahoma was incredibly entertaining.
Yeah.
this is gonna take too long, Sam. Give us a
Well,
score.
yeah, just I'm gonna need it more.
I'm
off the
thinking
dome than
through,
that.
guys. Sorry.
I'm gonna
I
go
give it
9.5. I'm gonna go 9 out of 10. Like
7.5,
it
8.
It was awesome. Like
I mean,
the two G5 stinkers ruin it for me, so I give it an 8.
an 8.
And
okay.
then Indiana beating the crap out of everyone else besides Miami.
Yeah, maybe
but
it's an 8.
every
Maybe
every
9's
other
too
game
much.
was awesome.
I would say
Oregon,
I will say
Texas Tech.
part of it
Yeah.
was like
You have
part
to
of it that's
wait
hurting it for
championship
me.
more than the other games too, though. So like,
Sure. Yeah. Like I don't even remember a single play from the Tulane Ole Miss game.
no,
Doesn't matter.
Or the how uncompetitive Oregon Texas Tech was very disappointing to me. Oregon wiped
Yeah.
the floor with
Yeah.
them.
it's not
so
a
I
9.
think that was
right.
a little
It's
disappointing.
an 8. It's an 8. I think that's right.
Whereas last year was
Yeah,
like a
but-
4. So this is better.
For sure. I'm trying to think. Yeah, last year's championship game wasn't great, but Ohio State, Texas was pretty good. Arizona State, Texas was amazing.
Classic.
Yeah. But it was just like,
Yeah,
Penn
it wasn't a
State,
good.
SMU, Penn State,
wasn't a good
Boise,
playoff.
like
Yeah.
it was pretty gross.
Penn State,
So-
Notre Dame. That was a good game.
Yeah. What are the
I will
chances?
say the thing that's awesome about this was Miami building this roster the way they did and getting a shot at the national title, beating Ohio State, who's a team that we thought, like after the Big Ten title game, I think we thought like that's the national title rematch right there with Ohio State, Indiana. Those are the two
I
best
thought
teams.
so.
Miami going to Texas A&M and winning that game, and then beating Ohio State, and then beating a scrappy Ole Miss with Trinidad Chambliss, who's playing out of his mind. Like, I think that created a really dramatic and awesome championship game. And now you're having a championship game where it's like Miami playing in their home stadium versus Fernando Mendoza playing in his hometown. How could you beat that? That's pretty awesome.
He didn't throw a touchdown pass. Now he ran in an amazing one.
Yeah.
This was clearly his most
they called that one
average
back.
game, and he's still a great player, still a great. But what I thought before the game was that they completely overmatched Alabama and Oregon. Oregon was not in a mental state or a health state
I agree.
to play that game right. Miami brought it, and they made Indiana look human, and they covered the spread. And they damn near could have won the game.
I mean, they lost on a block punt, realistically.
Yeah, they did.
I would say that they are. I think if we were to rank the top 3 teams in the country this year, it would be Indiana, Miami, Ohio State.
I don't even know if I put Ohio State in there. But
Yeah.
We're putting Ohio State.
Ole Miss 3.
No,
But
we're
is
putting Ohio State in there.
Is that block punt? Is that block punt the prototypical Krista fraud rap? Like is like their players
don't-
taking a play off because they weren't even. Coming
I
for
don't
the block.
think you can blame him for that.
You know what's funny, Mike?
but
Like,
not having the players sell out on it. Like that wouldn't happen in Indiana. You know, like
the
right.
punter
It's
went
it's more of his
exactly-
program as a whole, not him
Yes.
specifically.
It was all
yeah.
It was preparation, though, because the Miami punter went exactly to that. There's no way. If you came from the other side, you cannot block it. And Indiana's guy came from the exact right side at the exact right time and had his hand up, and he blocked it. Like, if the punter had gone the other way at all, or like, it was perfect preparation. And it was a brain
It's like they had the Death Star plans right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say, I think it is. This game is more of Fernando Mendoza willed his offense to a few more scores than Carson Beck did, which is something we probably could have told you before the season started. We talked about how Indiana doesn't have 4-star, 5 stars. Dude, look at mock drafts from July. How many? It was Indiana players all over the board. Like,
Stephen
we knew
Colbert
this was a very talented team.
Called the score on last week's show, and he did. We have evidence. Good job, Steven.
Wait, did you, Steven?
Yeah, he did, because people were giving us their score predictions at the end of the show last game. And you know what? Wait a minute. What was my prediction before the game? I wrote it down. I'm pretty damn. Oh, I was 28-24.
I think I had. What did I have?
I came very close.
I had a 7-point game.
You made it. It was 7.
34-27. I think.
Yeah, I think that's what you were. Yeah. I was 1 point off. But damn, what a great game. That was fun as shit.
Guys,
that was really good.
Longest off season in major sports.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Well, can I ask one question before we sign off here?
Sure.
You can ask whatever you want. I still got half a beer.
Is Indiana going to be one? Is Indiana
That's
going to be able
not
to
true.
get back?
Randall Big Irvin, that's simply not true.
Well,
That's an emotional response, but we respect it.
Texas and USC have something
Texas
to say about
USC is the greatest game
look,
ever played.
The guy's excited. The guy is excited.
Yeah, I like it. Randall, we appreciate you being in the chat all these weeks. We do.
I love how there was such an
It was a great
obvious
game.
answer that we
awesome.
all went to.
Oh, that's awesome. They got the
Go on, Coach, what were you
assembly hall
saying?
filled up. So is Indiana gonna be able to get back there, or does Sig know that? And that's why I go back to what we talked about before. Does he go to Pittsburgh? And also is Miami? Yes, they have Malachi Toney, but they're going to lose a lot of their offensive line. They're going to lose Bain. They're going to lose Mesidor. They're going to, who's going to replace Carson Beck? Even though he, threw the pick that ended the game, but they wouldn't be there without him. Yeah. So. Are either one of these teams going to be set up for?
I would say that it's a safe bet. Neither of these teams are in the national championship next year, and that's just that's based on odds. But they're not. This is not Georgia reloading 6 years ago. This is It's hard to get in this position, and Indiana literally found a Heisman-winning quarterback in the portal, like that
from Cal.
That doesn't happen.
Yeah,
and this was a perfect storm, and I'm really happy for the Indiana Hoosiers. This is one of the coolest stories I've ever lived through in terms of being a lifelong college football fan. But no, we will not see Miami in this position next year because they were loaded up on both sides of the ball.
I think there's a lot of proof, both financially and hype-wise, that Miami is, for lack of a better term, punting on next season and reloading for 2027. You look at what they're doing in the portal right now, and you look at the guys that they're losing. I think this is a program that's saying, hey, we know we can be very, very talented through the high school ranks. Let's wait till 2027 and let's reload financially for that year. Well, Indiana, their transfer class is...
Yeah, I think
maybe the best in the country
right back here. Yeah,
they are. I think they are. It's them, Oregon, Ohio State again for the Big Ten. It's those three.
But again, you're going to have a Kyle Whittingham coached Michigan that is not, bereft of talent. They're going to have folks.
USC had the #1 recruiting class.
USC is going to
seem to have found their footing. Washington, they're good. Like,
how motivated is that quarterback going to be?
I mean, Penn State brought over the 8th best roster in the Big 12.
I'll tell you what. I don't give a damn.
Preseason, way too early. Top 25 number 14. Penn State's going to have something to say about it.
Oh,
future is being
Losers.
placed.
I agree with you, Robert, that Indiana isn't going anywhere from like they're going to be probably in the playoff next year.
They're gonna be a contender.
I don't like they're going to be right there. It's just that in this format, with how many guys they're about to lose and that all that camaraderie, because so many of those guys have played together for so long, it's hard to imagine them being able to do it again. But they're loaded. They're going to be loaded again. They got Hoover. Is it Hoover, right? Coming over?
Yeah, it's Josh Hoover.
Yeah, from TCU.
And that's the biggest question, I guess, is like, for me, it's quarterback, because like Hoover's insanely talented, like so much arm talent and really mobile and just a gamer. But like so much of Indiana's success was because Mendoza was so steady and so consistent.
Hoover's
and Hoover
not
is
steady and
the
consistent.
opposite of that. Like Hoover is a pure gunslinger. And that
Miami loses too many players in the trenches, and they also need to get Mensah in. Like we've heard the rumors that about Mensah coming over to Miami, and that might mean like they're not punting on next year. But they got to,
even if they get Mensah, dude, they lose their entire OL and DL.
I mean, losing Mesidor and Bain is like they are.
I mean, I think they lose 4 of their 5 offensive linemen. They lose so much.
Miami may have 11 guys drafted between day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, but they're being built from high school. Like they've recruited
and their best players are true freshmen
really well.
To answer Thomas's question, that's the rumor. That's why he entered the portal on the last day, is because Miami is courting Darian Mensah. And
Darian Mensah,
and there's probably a legal battle that's going to take place.
Darian Mensah is going to the place with the most money, and I believe the team offering the most money will probably be Miami.
And he'll have to fight the 2-year contract that he signed with Duke for $4 million. That was much talked about.
Yeah.
Well, contracts contracts don't hold up in court if you can pay enough.
Well,
and he can pay enough because he just got $8 million for Duke's 2 years at Duke.
Well, you know what, Sam? It's interesting because in the Big Ten, we saw this, and they all came to Washington's defense.
Yep.
Will we see Jim Phillips come to Duke's defense? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah, the
my skeet skirt will be that the money that Washington is willing to put up for football is much higher than what Duke is willing to put up for football.
No, I'm just saying, like, if they're talking about honoring contracts, like Washington was backed by big time people to be like, no, you're not doing this.
Yeah,
I think there was Boeing money in there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
and they had language in his contract that protected them from that exact scenario.
Whereas Darian Mensah did not.
And it was a 2-year deal, and
that he signed way before all of this rev share stuff was really like.
And there was something in there too. There was
the rev
something
share
in there too.
thing's a big part of it.
Yeah, because there was something in there too that Duke maintains.
Exactly,
Duke maintains his rights. Like Duke, according to that contract, Duke is the only school that can pay him. So like he could go to Miami, but he couldn't get paid. So like
until he sues and
they
there's a
bought out the
buyout.
contract.
I mean, guys, how old am I? I'm 28, almost 29. Shoot,
too young.
So 11 years ago, I too, very brave, was almost willing to go to the University of Miami for no pay.
Very brave.
So me and Darian Mensah like this. We're one of the
well,
same.
they're doing. We got Reese Davis on the post game stand. They're about to award the trophy. I think it's probably a good time for us to sign off, fellas. But it has been a blast tonight talking about the game. Fourth quarter was awesome because we didn't have any topics. We just literally just talked about the game.
This was the best we've done out of the 3.
Whatever we wanted to do.
I think.
Yeah, this was a blast, dude. Sam was on every quarter. He did it.
Dude,
he had a beer every quarter.
I physically cannot get out of here.
He's locked in a closet in New York. Mike, thank you for being here. Robert, thank you for being here and hanging with us.
Yeah, can I share a tweet before we head out?
Sure.
I would love nothing more.
Somebody tweeted Fernando Mendoza looks like he makes his animal crackers fight each other before he eats them.
That is the best.
Oh my God, weapons grade autism right there. That's what it is.
I need him on the Las Vegas Raiders. I need him on the Raiders. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's
what a
just
beautiful
the meme
boy.
of that dude from The Simpsons with the ass in his face, and he's like, ah.
Yeah. It's Smithers.
I love him so much.
He is Smithers. All right, make sure you subscribe. Sons of Saturday, like the video. Please subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to 2 Deep. You'll get all the College Football Monday episodes. This is our last one of the season. We're not sure how we'll be expanding College Football Monday as we going forward, but next season it will be back every week with guests and national talk. But 2 Deep is not going anywhere in terms of the off season. You'll see more of me, Sam, Robert, Brett, Mike Holmes, all the hits, all the good ones, all the ones that you never want to go away. We'll be back all off season. And until next time, go Hokies.
Go Hokies.
Hoosiers.